Hello, welcome. Coley's coming, Jay Hay's coming. Let's see. What do we got? Coley said I'm at softball, and Jay Hay said he'll be here at 7:15. So less than 10 minutes for Jay Hay. Welcome in. Welcome into Just the Nuts. Did I find out for certain about the poop? No, the guilty are banding together and staying quiet on this one. Yeah, we're gonna get to the bottom of it. Dark side of the socks. Yep. Ace in the cut. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Yeah. Ace is the guilty party. He is responsible for the poop. He's not responsible for getting in the shower, though. Yeah. He is a poop boy. Huh, buddy? Very excited for the slate tonight, though. We have a lot of great pitching matchups. We're going to see Cam Schlittler tonight. We're going to see Kyle Harrison tonight. We're going to see some Sox O's tonight. Oh, yeah. Very excited. I wish I had my setup cooking because I have I got those Xfinity, no free ads, but I got those Xfinity cable boxes, and they have a new feature where you can play 4 games on one TV. So I think moving forward, I have my desk set up over here. So I'm going to be doing Just the Nuts on my desk setup, and I'll be doing the podcast here. But for Just the Nuts, I'll be doing it moving forward over here. I'm going to do like a cool little backdrop behind me. I got to get some painters in here. Why 3 trophies and not 4? The table's not big enough for 4. The 4th one is on the floor behind me. I think what I'll probably do is do the 3 behind me here, and then I'm gonna do 1. I want to get like a microwave like rotating thing, and then shine a spotlight on it, and have like 1 rotating trophy behind me for Just the Nuts. So it's less about the Red Sox, more just about World Series trophies. Yeah, shout out to the shirt. My dad got me this for Christmas. Would you prefer he exclusively shit in the shower? I wouldn't. No. Yeah, 3 is more symmetrical, I fear. Yeah, maybe I'll get some nuts to put behind me for the Just the Nuts thing. Ace is confused. He's like, why are you not playing with me? It's like, I can see you sitting there. I'm right here. I'm on the floor. We could be playing, but we're not. I'm very confused. Hi, Ace. Come here. He's like a baby. He wants to like be picked up and held. That's what he wants right now. He's crying. He's sitting there looking at me right in front of me crying because he wants to be picked up and held so he can look out the window. That's like his favorite thing in the world to do. How close to the bathroom scene from Dumb and Dumber was the shower situation? It was pretty bad, man. Like it was in the, like, chunks were in the drain, and then there were like, I don't know, like remnants of shit everywhere else in the shower. But we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to get some answers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we might do some more Meteor talk when Coley shows up. I would love to get Jay Hay's thoughts on impending doom. I don't know if Coley slept. Would I let T take care of Ace alone? Absolutely not. Stepdaughter is going full silence. Silent treatment. She's I think she's defending the perpetrators is what I'm gathering. Yeah. I do hate weddings. I feel bad when I don't go, but like I feel like if you're my friend, you should know, uh-oh. That's gone. Yeah, that's gone. Ball don't go straight up in the air if it's off the wall. That's a homer. I don't know what we're doing here. Every single time that this happens at Fenway Park, I don't know why it needs to be reviewed. Like, it's simple physics here. If you are an umpire at Fenway Park and the ball is hit towards the green monster and then it shoots straight up in the air, it can only do that if it hits the top shelf. If a ball hits off the wall, explain to me how it would shoot straight up in the air. Like, why do we have to look at this? How does the umpire not just say, "Yep, homer"? Like, we don't have to look at this. Baffling. I remember the first time that this happened, I want to say maybe it was like the first year that we ever had review. I want to say Gabe Kapler hit one up there one time and they didn't call it, but then like it was like the first year of like replay review and JD Drew might have skipped one up there and they looked at it and I was like, what? Like, how is this a play that needs to be reviewed? I feel like that's a tweet. Do you guys mind if I tweet this? All right. I've always been confused why it would ever take replay to determine that a ball hit off the green monster that shot directly up in the air was a home run or not. A ball off the wall physically. It is fit. All right, let's reword this. It is physically. I can't spell physically right. Physically impossible for a ball off the wall to shoot straight up in the air. Boggles my mind every time. I've always been confused why I would ever. This is what I do when I tweet. I fucking proofread my tweets all the time. I've always been confused as to why replay would be necessary. Why replay would be necessary to determine that a ball. Okay. I've always been confused as. Nope, there's only one O in this two. I've always been confused as to why replay would be necessary to determine that a ball off the green monster that shot directly up in the air was a home run or not. It is physically impossible for a ball off the wall to shoot straight up in the air. Boggles my mind every time. Post. All right, that's a great tweet. That's a great tweet. Please support. Please support. What happened to the Homer Jovi? It's still here. I have it queued up right here. I just don't know that it would be appropriate. Like usually when we were doing Just the Nuts, we would be watching the whole league and like we will be watching the whole league, but this Just the Nuts will have like a score bug on it. So we can only really follow one game with the score bug. So yeah, it's kind of tough to do Jovies when we're not watching the whole league or at least able to show it. Thank you, Real JA. I agree with that tweet. Great tweet. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate you. Shout out to Nuts, man. Nothing like him. Shout out Adam. He's running the run to home base. Please go support. I retweeted his link. Go support if you can. Any little bit helps. I'm going to try to get T to do the run to home base. It's the run walk to home base. I feel like we could probably get T. It's a 10K. It's like 6-ish miles, I think. If T does it, I told him I would do it too, but I'm definitely not going to run. Like I will for sure walk it. I will not run it. That is my promise to the people. I will not run it. I don't know the last time that I did run. Like maybe middle school. Like in high school, I don't think I got a hit. So like I definitely didn't run for that. That charity game that I played in a couple summers ago that I got a base hit, I jogged to first because that thing was smoked. Didn't have to leg that one out. I remember I played for the Barstool softball team and every ball was just fucking crushed off the fence. So it was like, all right, that's a light jog to first. I don't know when the last time I've actually like ran. Walking is still good for you. That's 100% true. Yeah. If you want to burn fat and not muscle, walking's the way to go. Have you thought about doing these JTNs on the weekends or more during the week? Yes. So right now we are kind of in the middle of do we like, so the platform that we're going to be using is kind of like it's going to be like if we're streaming the Red Sox game and Nesson goes to commercial, then we would go to commercial too, so that we can, if we can sell ads. I believe the Spit and Chicklets guys do this. But yeah, no offense, Jerry, but your legs need the running. They're quite small. Yes, but I've also been working on them all off season, so that I feel like before any leg insults would hurt my feelings, because I was like, damn, man, they are small and I'm not doing anything about it. But if you do something about it and you actually see some progress, which I do, calves are all genetics. I don't think that there's anything I can do about my calves. If I ever run into some dispensable income, I might consider calf implants. I mean, if there's plenty of people out there that are doing enhancements for their physical appearances, I feel like you can, especially over things they can't control, right? Like, you can't control your calves. I can control my quads. So I've been working on those. Tomorrow's leg day. I'll be there. I signed up for a gym in the town that I moved to. It's the first time I've been in like an actual gym since 2021. When I lived in Boston, I had the apartment gym, and then I built that gym in my house at the old house. I still have all the equipment, but it's just thrown in the basement right now. And I was like, you know what? It could be nice to just get back into a real gym, meet some new people. Plenty of Section 10 fans at that gym, which is cool. What happened to the Jerry gym? It's still there. Before we moved into this house, I had them finish the basement. So there's like rubber floors down there. Like, it will eventually be a cool gym, but like right now it's just like, we want to get settled. I'd rather focus on my workspace, get that situated. Yeah, I'll have the home gym set up, but I do miss the social aspect of the gym and just being able to get out of the house and be around people. It's good. I feel like we should start asking Jared his takes on complex geopolitical situations. Yeah, I probably won't be able to speak intelligently on any of that, for being honest. Probably won't be doing that. Come on, Connolly. Finish, brother. Is T joining the stream? T is running the BID social. It's kind of hard to stream and do that at the same time. I'm sure there, in a world where we eventually go to like 2 to 3 streams a week, that will at least rotate him in. So there's also some exciting conversations that are taking place in terms of once we build this out as a company, adding some shows that are either independent now or belong to networks that are expiring deals, and building this network so that we have a roster of people that can kind of be a mixed cast for the streams. I think that would be cool. You still have the Rocket Performance Center equipment, even though you got a gym membership? Yes, I still have all of it. Most of it's downstairs. There's some that's in the garage right now. I'll throw it together at a later date, but a mixed bag, they are saying. Yes. Am I excited for the K season 3? I am. I actually last week I went to Kirk's studio. Got to talk to him for a little bit, and Cullinane was there. I did leave before Justin showed up. I love Justin Trudell. Didn't get the chance to see him or talk to him, but are we hiring more people soon? So eventually, yes. I think right now we have everyone that we need. But yeah, as we add more shows, we're definitely going to need more help to facilitate those shows. So yeah, it's exciting times. It is exciting times. Yeah, I saw Judge. Bad news. I mean, like, the thing about Judge that he doesn't get enough credit for is he's a guy that plays through injuries. So when everyone's like, oh, he sucks or he's slumping, he's probably in a lot of pain, but feels an obligation to be out there because he's the captain of the Yankees and he's their best player. And when he's not out there, the Yankees kind of falter and they suck. So I'm sure if he's saying that I can't play due to injury, he's got to be in a decent amount of pain because he definitely plays through it. Any MLB The Show streamers to join the team? I'm sure that there's like quite the market for that. I know that that's like a big thing, like MLB The Show streamers. I don't know that that's like an avenue that we're gonna like heavily invest in, but I'm sure we like Dallas plays, T plays, I could play. I'm sure Coley would get into it. If there's a lockout, we're definitely gonna get creative with what kind of content we bring to the table. We're basically a year out preparing for the lockout. In terms of like what can we do that would still be entertaining content and make sure that people get their baseball fix. Justin Havens has joined the team.
Hello, good evening, everyone. How are we doing?
Everyone's doing great. Everyone is doing fantastic.
I'm great also.
That's great to hear that you're great.
Just want that on the record. Ready for a great night of Just the Nuts. Feeling really good. I heard you were getting into like our future, the plans, the content that you have lined up here.
Yes. So I think, I think it goes without saying that we are preparing for the lockout, and like we don't want to be blindsided by it and be like, oh, I can't believe that they're not playing games. What do we do? I feel like it's kind of gonna have to be a situation where there's a plan in place for if and when that happens. And I don't know how you feel about it, Jay. I do think that there will be a lockout. I don't think that we're gonna bang the whole season. I don't think that that's a thing.
No, I don't either. Nope. I'm gonna remain positive until I'm given concrete reasons to feel otherwise. I feel I've been through a work stoppage, been through a couple actually. Yeah, it's fun to come up with ways to fill the content void in a work stoppage, but that's a much more manageable thing when we're talking about a month or two of content coverage instead of a whole season. So
yeah, I also think it's a great opportunity. Like if I think what would, I don't know, the way that I see it is if they lose April and May, then your average sports fan is going to be like, great, because hockey and basketball are going to take me to June anyway. So if baseball comes back in June, then that's great. And we're kind of just like sitting there with our dick in our hands for 2 months. But regardless, I do think that it's an opportunity because players are going to want to have a platform to speak their piece about the lockout. I think the diehard baseball fans are going to be like, there's no games, so feed me baseball in some capacity. So that I think that that's kind of where we get creative, and maybe some of the best content of the year comes out of the time where there's no baseball games.
Yeah, I would be excited by what we could do in a situation with no baseball. Like, I think some of the most compelling content or segments that we've done over the years have been off-season stuff. So that's all fair game. Like, I know we've talked about it a lot, but the all-time player drafts and the current player drafts and all that sort of stuff, like, getting back into the throwback games, which we sort of dipped our toe in, but didn't really go full throttle on because of platform issues and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff we could do.
Yep. I don't want to say I'm excited for it, but I do want to say that I'm intrigued at what could come from the opportunity.
Yep.
Yeah. At the very least, it is an opportunity.
Who we got going on tonight? We got Tyler, we got Coley, or is it just you and me? Which is fine if it is.
Coley's at softball. Tyler, I told you handle the BID socials. I mean, he's very much locked in on all that. I was like, I don't need you freaking out about tweeting while you're on the stream, but yeah.
I'm catching up on the chat here. All right.
Yeah, we've been talking about this as well. Family Feud is electric. Family Feud is electric. Playing other mini games would be insanely awesome, kind of like the FRDI guys. I don't know who that is, but yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of that. What is FRDI? What is that?
I don't know.
I don't know. No disrespect. I mean, you could tell me what the acronym is, and I'd be like, oh, I know them. I don't know. Coley's coming. We're saving some of the conversations that I want to have when Coley gets here for Justin Havens. The last maybe half hour to 45 minutes of Section 10 on Sunday night was about the meteor, which evolved into asteroid talk, which evolved into ocean talk, which evolved into Drake Passage. Are you familiar with Drake Passage?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I feel like we're gonna get there tonight as well. Would love to get your thoughts on that.
Sure.
I've been quite busy this week, but I do have a YouTube documentary queued up about Drake Passage. I'm interested. Yeah, I feel like it was one of those things that everyone kind of knows about, but I didn't cross my kind of like when remember when Chernobyl, the TV show, came out?
Yes.
I had never heard about Chernobyl before, the TV show. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, like what that was?
Didn't know about the event. No, I they were like, oh, you never learned that in high school, and it was like, I feel like it was too, I guess, recent to be taught in Saugus public schools when we were getting like our textbooks were from like the mid 90s.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was pretty typical of the time, right? I mean, the only reason I know of the Drake Passage is because of a book that I read that my grandfather was a huge fan of, called Endurance, which was the story of Ernest Shackleton's voyage that involved the Drake Passage in Antarctica and stuff like that. So, yeah, pretty interesting stuff going on down there if you dig in.
Yeah. The Chernobyl disaster happened in 86. So, I mean, it was before I was born, but like maybe too recent, I guess, to be in 90s school books. Like we didn't get there, like we're not that's almost like modern history by that point.
So you're blaming the textbook recency as to why you didn't know about Chernobyl.
I'm blaming growing up without the internet. I'm blaming a poor education system in Saugus. I mean, there was no, like, you couldn't just like YouTube stuff and learn stuff on your own.
Yeah.
Like, so for example, right, I remember I did a project on the blizzard of 78, and that's because it personally impacted my family. So like they told me about it. They weren't just going to be like, hey, pop a seat, let me tell you about Chernobyl like that. I don't think that any of them felt the effects of Chernobyl.
No, I wouldn't think so.
No.
That is, the quality of your school system brings up an interesting point, because I went to 5 different high schools. And it was eye-opening to have experienced the difference in quality that can exist between 2 high schools at different points, different parts of the country. Because I remember walking into a school, an English class, second half of sophomore year, where we were assigned reading for the class that I had been assigned for class in 8th grade in my school in Pennsylvania. So that was, maybe you're really onto something. Maybe there was really something lacking in your kind of foundational educational experience. And that's, I think you should consider yourself pretty fortunate that the only real manifestation so far of that education gap has been Chernobyl.
Right. Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, I knew about the Berlin Wall. I knew about all that. Like, how long do you think it took for 9/11 to appear in like school textbooks?
I would guess that appeared pretty quickly, right? I mean, it's a little bit of an apples and oranges situation, because we're talking about U.S. textbooks, and that's like a central U.S. event, whereas Chernobyl was less U.S. and more like Russian.
Sure. Like, so I think with Chernobyl, we're talking about a global event that was somewhat recent And in the school system, it's almost like they teach you the pieces of bread, but they don't teach you the meat, right?
Yeah.
Like we learn about ancient Mesopotamia and we learn about like United States history. So like they'll take you from 1776 up through like George W. and then they'll tell you about the Roman Empire. But
Yeah.
how are we getting to the 1980s Russia?
Yeah. Well, so that's yeah, I mean, you're probably right. Like how much modern non-US history was really being covered in school. No,
Not a
I
lot.
mean, when
Not a lot.
I didn't really think about it that way because you're right. Because even in high school, it was like I'm trying to think of the classes that were actually available to sign
Yeah.
up for. Like I think
Like Chernobyl's not getting taught in US history.
we had an eight like my graduating class was the first graduating class of the high school that I went to. And so it was a very fledgling AP program at the time. We
Mhm.
had European history,
Yeah.
but like Chernobyl wouldn't have been
No.
probably even covered in that class. Like how many hundreds of years can you possibly focus on? Like I would have guessed
Right.
that class probably focused on like the 1500s to the 1800s would be my recollection. So
Yeah.
yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Yeah. World history was just like ancient world history. And United States history was like, yeah, we can cover like a couple hundred years of this shit and
I
get you up
think
to modern speed.
somebody brought up that everybody knew about Chernobyl in the chat. I think the everybody knew about Chernobyl thing was more of a TV phenomenon than it was like a we're learning about this in textbooks phenomenon.
Oof. Shit. Yeah. I figured that was going to happen at least once in this series. Yeah. Pete Alonso, 2-run tank. Yeah, his first at bat, he punched out, and I was like, he's not going to stay quiet this whole series because it wouldn't be a Red Sox series with a potential offseason target at Fenway not hitting a home run. Like that was not going to happen.
What is Ben L's problem in the chat?
I thought he said something nice for the first time.
No, it's
He
all
said this is a
sarcasm.
riveting history conversation.
No,
So
he's being sarcastic. I've read
yeah,
his
well,
previous comments.
you know, if you remember, Ben, he's the asshole that he watches every stream, he watches every podcast, but he leaves a negative comment on every episode, and it's like, I don't think it's a bit. I think he genuinely is displeased, but he's by far one of the most loyal viewers that we have. Like he watches everything, but he will find something that he hates about every stream, every podcast, and make sure that he leaves a comment about it. I thought for once we got Ben. I thought for once that Ben was like, actually, you know what? I do like history, and he was appreciating the conversation. So I took it. My mistake. I took it as an authentic, genuine comment. But consider the source. You're right. It could very well be a sarcastic comment. I don't know. But I like Ben. I mean, like Ben has never said a complimentary thing about me ever, but I will never ban him. I'll never block him. This is not a dictatorship. You're free to have your opinions, and I respect the hell out of the fact that he watches all of it and hates all of it at the same time.
Man, Connolly early made the JTN graphic and he's doing us like this, huh?
Yeah, so he's got a bit of a homer problem. But outside of that, like he only has one really bad start, and by really bad, it was like 5 earned runs against the Astros. Everything else has been a winnable ball game. Oh, look at that. I just keep it real. It's actually a positive. I think he's trying to say that him being negative is actually a positive. I don't know, but either way,
Yeah,
shout
that's
out
cool.
Ben. Shout out Ben, that miserable piece of shit who is a big supporter. It's a big supporter. Connolly Early has given up at least 2 homers in 3 of his last 4 starts, according to Tyler Milliken. From a 2010s high schooler from Massachusetts, we for sure talked about Chernobyl, but it was literally like one day and this happened and that's it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I had perfect attendance in high school. I really didn't. Yeah, I was a big history nerd in middle school. I used to be locked in class, and then I didn't need extra help, but I would stay after to like hear about it again and then make sure that I got 100 on all the tests. Like if I didn't get 100, I was like, fuck.
Wow. It's a
But
pretty lofty goal.
yeah, I used to get really good grades in middle school, and then in high school I was like, fuck this, dude. I gave you my A effort in middle school. I thought that it was over after this.
Yeah, yeah. High school is a good time to bail out. It's middle school is where things are really determined.
Yeah. Well, in middle school, it was like you can be anything you want to be. And then in high school, I was like, I got a blog. I already know what I want to do. You guys aren't teaching me anything that I'm gonna find useful for that world.
This is what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yep. You only studied things that happened in the year 1912, the Titanic and Fenway opening.
It's a special year.
There is a class that they offer as an elective at Saugus High, and it started because I suggested it. Mr. Lavoie does it's like a conspiracies through American history class. And I gave him the idea to do it while I was in high school. And then I was part of the first class, or the first time they offered it as a class. And almost 20 years later, they're still doing it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone back as sort of like a celebrity, kind of auditor of the class, kind of sit
Yeah.
in, take it
Yeah.
in?
Yep. 2019, I went back. I think it was the last year before because they tore it down and they have a new school now. But yeah, I went back in 2019. It was very cool. Very bizarre experience because they've asked me to like come back and like speak to the students and stuff, and I've been really bitter. I mean, all the people that I had problems with aren't there anymore, but like
Mhm.
I remember like when I was a senior telling them what I wanted to do with my life and them like laughing in my face. So
Yeah, I
I've been
remember you
bitter
telling me
about
about
that.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe someday I'll go back in like a scheduled way, but that was more like a just pop in kind of way. Is the Titanic obsession due to the correlation with Fenway? No. In first grade, there was a book at the back of the class that it wasn't even a Titanic book. It was just about like sea disasters and shipwrecks. And I read about the Titanic and I was like, this is fucking interesting. And then I used to make my dad take me to Barnes and Noble, and then I would like pick out like 5 Titanic books and he'd be like, you can pick one. And I'd be like, well, I want all of them. And he's like, are you going to read all of them? I was like, absolutely. He's like, all right, I'll get you all of them. And then he bought me all of them. And that was before the movie came out. Like it was kind of a super weird coincidence that I became obsessed with the Titanic in first grade. And then probably, I don't know what grade I would have been in 97, but the movie came out like after that, but like not long after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would guess the movie was 98, 99.
97 was the movie. James Taylor in the crowd. Wow, look at that. I reached my potential as a student in like 7th grade. Yeah, probably 8th grade for me. I peaked in 8th grade. Big fan from Syria. Shout him out. I did read all of them many times. Yes.
Yeah. Good Andrea Doria reference.
Jaron Duran. Did T tweet his nipples for the Duran triple? Did I miss that? Yep, they're right there. We got to do something about that beard. Like it has potential. I think it's a little too bushy. I think if he went tighter, it would complement his face more.
You've met his lady friend, right?
I have, yes, many times.
I can't get him saying laying pipe out of my head. If I'm being honest.
Me neither. Yeah.
It's like it's like it's unsettling.
I agree. But I mean, they've been together for so long. I mean, if you've been with T for that amount of time, then it's kind of like I know what I've gotten myself into.
I am totally fine with them expressing their love however they see fit. I'm not trying to restrict my man here. I'm just saying him uttering the phrase laying pipe was really
off-putting.
Yeah. Really made me feel kind of squirmy.
We are watching the Sox. We always be watching the Sox. Ben, I don't use hair dye.
No, me neither. See?
Yeah. Like, I don't know. On camera, it doesn't show up great, but like if you see me in person, there's a lot of like salt and pepper situation going on.
He needs to use Jared's hair dye. Oh, I didn't even see that was a reference to me. I'm never going to do that. Just so you know.
No.
Not Jared's hair dye. I'm just saying in general.
I've already copped to it
when it happens.
We had Peyton Tolley on the podcast, and he talked about how he uses Just for Men in his mustache to make it like darker and more pronounced. It's not like a white hair, gray salt and pepper situation. And I said, you know what? I've been there. Like there was a time when like my mustache and like this guy here was like super light. It was like almost blonde in like 2013. So I used Just for Men to make it match all this. And then for some reason, as I got older, it became darker. You just got to like bully your beard into cooperating, I guess. Oh, that would be cool. That's like a bucket list item for me. Take a ferry cruise to the Titanic grave sites.
Yeah, it's
or just like
pretty cool idea.
Take a boat somewhere that's like the coordinates of where it went down.
I don't want to be one of those people though who takes one of those submarines down there and then it explodes and then you die and then everybody makes fun of you for being a fucking clown ass idiot.
No. Yeah. I as much of a fan as I am of the Titanic, I have zero interest in going down there.
No.
Like unless you could, and there's no way that this would happen in our lifetime, unless you could guarantee my safety, I am not doing it. No. Yeah, shout out to the 162 gays. Shout them out. I saw Skibo was wearing the 162 gays shirt at Urban Wild on Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like someone said, isn't like even staying above water and going to the coordinates isn't that dangerous? Yeah, but like, I mean, I feel like we've progressed enough to where we can take a boat out into the Atlantic and probably be okay. Probably. I like my chances better in 2026 than I do in 1912. That's for sure. Yeah, I don't know that like even if it was like a military submarine, I don't think you could get me in one.
Fuck no. I have zero interest in that.
No. It's Lou Gehrig's day, right? Like an ALS awareness situation.
Yes.
Yep. They're wearing the 4 patches on the jerseys tonight. Shout out Boog for all the work he does.
Yep.
Shout out Sarah Langs. Has anyone asked him where he got the shirt? Ask my dad. My dad got me the shirt for Christmas. Yeah, my dad got me it. 0 interest in submarines or skydiving. Okay, so I forget why it didn't happen, but one of the last episodes of Like a Pro for Nesson, I think we did 2 seasons of Like a Pro, and it was like the concept was just go and do something away from baseball that a current or former Red Sox player likes to do. There were some pretty tame ones. I went sneaker shopping with Christian Arroyo. I played on stage with Bronson Arroyo. I went to the Blue Moon Brewery with Mike Timlin. Did a lot of fun stuff. But the military offered the opportunity to jump out of an airplane with Johnny Gomes. And we were both down. I feel like it was one of those things where it's like, I'll do it if you do it. And neither one of us wanted to puss out. I don't think either of us were like 100% comfortable with it, but like we were like, all right, like I'll do it if you do it. And then we got to the point where we both agreed to do it. And then it, for whatever reason, it didn't happen. I don't know if there was like a certain deadline that we had to like pass papers in by that we didn't meet or something like that. Like it was some sort of like back end issue, but we were going to jump out of a military airplane together for a Nesson episode. Yeah. Would you ever jump out of an airplane, Justin Havens?
Most likely not. No.
Some people like that's like a bucket list item to do.
I mean, I could see like how it would be very liberating to do it, you know, afterwards to feel that thrill, but I just I don't think it's for me. I don't think that in 2020 I hate heights, so that's a big problem. I'd have to just, you know, the getting up there would be a huge issue.
I also feel like the fear of being high up, ironically, it comes when you get closer to the earth, no?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like if you're jumping out of a plane, like you're kind of just like looking down at like fluffy clouds.
Oh, yeah. Like the realer it becomes,
the more you can see the grass.
Yeah, for sure. No, somebody asked if I would have done it pre-kids. I mean, having kids and having people I'm responsible for and, you know, married to definitely decreases my interest in doing it. But I was always a puss when it came to heights, even before then. Like I did a hot air balloon with a ride with my family on a vacation. I mean, at this point, quite a long time ago, 15 or so years ago, and maybe 20. And at that time, I spent most of the time like on my knees in the basket, like kind of looking up over the thing while everybody else was kind of like calmly enjoying the ride. It's not for me. So no, I don't think I'm going to jump out of a plane.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely don't have the desire to do it. I think I would do it if it were for content. I don't think I would do it just on a whim to say that I did it. I don't care to say that I did it.
Yeah.
But then there is sort of that, you know, the fact that we haven't quite perfected exactly how to do it safely.
It'd be kind of funny to have Dallas and T do it or something like that. And, you know, some like stupid premise where like they're racing to the ground, like whoever gets there first wins. But yeah, I think those two would be a funny combo. I believe, if I recall correctly, I think I went to a shoot with Dallas while we were at ESPN, where he jumped out of an airplane in Florida. Yeah.
I could see, he's isn't he an ordained minister as well?
That sounds, like one of those online things, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, like I could see Dallas being someone that's like, "Oh yeah, no, I got my license to be able to like jump out of an airplane as like, how if you've never done it, you jump out of the plane with a professional on your back and they're the ones that pull the chute." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I thought you were going to keep going. Yes.
Well, I could definitely see a world where Dallas has some sort of certificate or license to be the person on Tyler's back where they
Yeah.
jump out together as a unit.
Yeah. He got ordained as a cord puller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think jumping out of a plane is some good content. I'll be on the ground waiting for whoever jumps, but I think in general, if somebody's willing to do it, that would be funny.
What do you think? How many skydiving deaths per year in the United States?
Oh God, this is one of those things where you could tell me pretty much any number. Skydiving deaths per year, United States. I'll say 8.
In recent years, there's been an average of roughly 10 to 20 skydiving fatalities per year in the United States, according to the United States Parachute Association. 2024 saw a record civilian low of only 9 fatalities out of nearly 4 million jumps.
Yeah, I feel good about my guess then. That's definitely the right ballpark.
Oh, wow, they're doing a little TV bump for unobstructed views, and I got top billing.
Good for you. As it should be. That's that's unobstructed views with Jared Carrabis, folks.
Yeah, I didn't win a World Series, and I'm not the saves leader for 2 different MLB franchises, and I don't have 17 Emmys, but I do hope to get my first this weekend.
Yeah, I'm rooting for you.
That would be
I don't know who you're up against, but I'm undoubted. I'm very sure that you're my favorite of the options.
I would have to be. I think that, it would, as far as who we could lose to, I'm not exactly sure who we're up against. To be perfectly candid, Jay, I don't even know what category we're in. I just know that I could win an Emmy, and it is for a TV show that I'm on, and I'm excited. I want to have that. Like, the Emmy trophy looks really cool.
No, it's much cooler to not know what you're nominated for. To just kind of be like, yeah, you know what, man? Like, I'm ready for a win if it happens, and no big deal. But no, trophies are cool, man. I know all about that, obviously.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I want the trophy. My parents are gonna be there. Yeah,
well,
that would be nice.
It would also just be kind of you could do a running bit where, how if an Oscar winning actor, like when they're in that movie or whatever, there's something about how they have to be billed. It's like you have to say Oscar winner or whatever, or Oscar nominee, or whatever the language is.
Yeah.
From now on, like every time you are introduced on a podcast, or you introduce yourself on a podcast, it's like Emmy winner Jared Carrabis.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I would just take it with me everywhere. Just take it with me to the gym.
Be your little buddy.
Yeah. Just put it down on the floor while I'm benching. It's like, oh, sorry, watch that. It's Miami. Just be careful of that.
My wife was nominated and didn't win in the previous round of Emmys, so I hope that my larger family can bring one home.
I'm gonna go up there and say, you know what, this is a cool moment, but it's not about me tonight. It's about the Havens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I have my own family, but I'm gonna use this opportunity to shout out a completely different, unrelated family that has nothing to do with this particular win.
Yeah, this is I've been on a mission to avenge the Havens family, and this one's for them.
Yeah, The mission has only actually lasted for the last 72 hours from when I found out, but it's been a very fervent mission over that stretch.
Yeah. I've been hell-bent on this for at least 3 days.
By the way, good opportunity. Get your BID merch.
Yeah.
I'm wearing some right now. Looks good on me,
yeah.
of course. It'll look good on all of you.
For the Havens.
We should get passing back on BID.
I agree.
Feels like a good opportunity.
Yeah. I'd love to have Jeffrey on.
He was great on Feud too.
He was. Has Boog done Feud before?
No. I'm sure he would.
Yeah. Let's get Boog.
Their game is about to start, so I won't text him this second, but I will reach out to him about that.
Yeah, maybe we can do like a 2-on-2 feud with Boog this week.
Yeah. Actually, he could ignore my text if he's not ready to receive it. I'm going to text him right now.
You'd be shocked how many broadcasters are just texting during the game.
Well, I know one who does for sure.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
there's one guy that
the two of you both do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for what I do, it's almost, I want to say it's encouraged, but like if I'm sitting, so like, all right, here's a gripe that I have about my line of work is we're podcasting and we're live streaming and I'm on an alt cast. So for those things, I am always on camera. So I've seen people be like, you tune out, like you're looking at your phone, and it's like, well, if I'm on my phone, there's a chance that I'm looking for a audio clip to play on the show. I'm looking for a stat that I can back up something that you or Dallas is talking about. And on unobstructed views, I don't have my laptop. So if I'm like, it's not like a major league broadcast where you can't see the broadcasters. Like they have iPads and laptops and what have you, their cell phones. Like I don't have any of that. So I have my laptop and I'll be like scrolling through like pitch charts and shit. And then like, but I'm on camera, be like, dude, you got to look up at the camera. You got to look into the camera. I'm like, well, how the fuck am I supposed to speak intelligently without any sort of information that I want to research to be able to talk on the broadcast?
I would feel naked watching or doing a broadcast or any sort of thing without my laptop while doing baseball.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like part of the experience now.
Yeah. Like I need to be able to like look at something, or if I see something to be able to like, all right, like, you know, he got a swing and miss down here. Like, let me look at the heat map. Like did he miss that pitch, or like, are they attacking that part of the plate for any specific reason? Like that's where my mind goes. But you can't do that if you have to look into the camera.
Right.
Wear a VR headset. I mean, I'm assuming we'll eventually have technology to where, and maybe this already exists, but if they were like glasses that you could like just kind of like navigate it with your eyes and just see shit like that. Like, isn't that what like the Google glasses are or whatever? I don't even know.
I'm not really sure either, but it sounds right.
Yeah. I just like information. I like on a much lesser / different scale, I like to research baseball while watching baseball. Like I can't just sit down and watch a game. Like I will see something during the game and then want to know more about that one
100%.
minute thing.
Yep.
You know? And then I'll look up and be like, how the fuck is it first and third with 2 outs? Hey.
Damn, Dustin May had 3 strikeouts in the first inning.
That's pretty good. Was it Bob Nightingale that had the report about, like, he had like a handful of names. He's like, these are going to be the most highly sought after names at the deadline. And he had Dustin May on there. And it's like, A, he's been bad. And B, the Cardinals have been good. Why would the Cardinals, I guess if they wanted to get rid of him, but like, I don't know. That was a confusing name. I can't imagine he's going to be very sought after.
So two things there. He's on a 1-year deal. So I think that's probably the motivation there. The option that exists for 2027 is like one of those fake horseshit mutual options.
Yeah.
And the buyout's very, very low on it. So I would guess that his name is related to the fact that the Cardinals are not going to sign him long term.
Sure.
I do think your question leads to an interesting kind of existential like approach question for the Cardinals, which is like, what are they going to emphasize? What are they going to do at the deadline or leading up to it if they are really this competitive? Like, if they're really in the mix to this degree, and as of this conversation, they currently have a share of the last wild card spot. I think that's interesting. Like, I bet if you gave the Cardinals front office truth serum, that they hope the team cools off in terms of wins and losses. Maybe not in terms of like how Jordan Walker and JJ Weatherholt are developing, but in terms of like, are they winning as many baseball games moving forward as they did to this point? I wouldn't be surprised if their response was, we cool off in time for the deadline so that we can trade some of these pieces that we don't think are actual long-term pieces for us, and so that we can be in a real, better, sustainable position moving forward, instead of kind of feeling some level of external pressure. And I don't really have a good feel. I'm not going to speak for the Cardinals fans and market right now. I don't have a good feel for like what this fan base wants out of this current product right now, but they're, the smartest fans in baseball, right? Like, I would have to think that they are cognizant of the fact that this team is not a legitimate contender in any real meaningful way, and that the standard in St. Louis is division titles and pennants and stuff like that. And trading the Dustin Mays of the world probably makes more sense than feeling compelled to hold on to him, or, you know, even worse, maybe feeling compelled to like add to a team that's not really ready.
Yeah. So my other question for you would be, do you think that there's any regret about like the Donovan trade, the Contreras trade, the Gray trade? Like if they're this good without them, do you think that they would be better with them, or do you think that they're succeeding because other guys are getting opportunities that they wouldn't have otherwise got?
Yeah. So I would say, generally speaking, no regret, close to no regret. I mean, Brendan Donovan, I don't think has, I expect that he's going to be like a valuable contributor for the Mariners, like moving forward / in games that really matter for them down the stretch. But, you know, he's been mostly unavailable. I mean, he's played 25 games. He's got 100 plate appearances this year, so he's missed more than half the season. Has been good when he has played, but that one is probably a no regret. And also, I mean, Weatherholt has taken the vast majority of what I assumed would have been Donovan's plate appearances, and has been a better player on the whole, most in part because of availability, but also because of defense, than Donovan this year. So I think no. You know, Sonny Gray, I think, is like Wilson Contreras, I would say, is also is probably a no, and Sonny Gray is probably a no just because of age related stuff. Like, they'd be looking to trade Sonny Gray, I think, regardless. And they're getting a look at some, you know, I hesitate to say interesting arms, because I'm not sure that a lot of these guys ultimately are that interesting. But in the Cardinals position, I would rather cashier Sonny Gray for a trade return in the offseason, when I can, when it allows me to set my roster accordingly, and take a flyer on Dustin May on a 1-year deal, than I would hold on to Sonny Gray and try to extract more value at the trade deadline while risking him getting hurt or declining at an age where the decline will probably happen, you know, sooner rather than later. So no, I don't think there's regret.
Manzardo. Manzardo just went deep off of Cam Schlittler. It's 3-2 guards, man.
That's
great for
right.
you, right?
Absolutely. What do you mean great for me? Of course it's great for me.
Yeah.
I'm actually, now that you bring it up, got plans to go to the game tomorrow.
At Yankee Stadium.
Yes.
Justin Havens in the Bronx.
Yep. We went last year. Sorry, 2 years ago. I saw Judge. I went with my dad. Saw Judge and Soto both homer, which was kind of cool. Obviously a 4A guards game, and so yeah, got plans to go tomorrow. Judge being kind of iffy is a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, we're gonna head on down, and it's a lot of travel for a baseball game, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
And I'm not looking forward to that part, but it's ultimately just a lot of time with my dad, and a little bit of baseball, so that'll be good.
Yeah, shut him out. Jake Bowers just hit a 3-run home run in support of Kyle Harrison in Milwaukee. White Sox are scoreless right now.
I mean, I know it's just one start or whatever, but the guard's hanging 3 on Schlittler, and we'll see whether it gets to be more than that. I mean, that already ties his season high for runs allowed in a start. And and those starts were consecutively, and they were all the way back on April 7th and 12th. So it's been a while since Schlitt Daddy has had a start like this.
Yeah, that's fucking tough, man. You know,
I know that breaks you up, dude.
I'm rooting for the hometown kid, you know, like there's no reason not to feel like he's an extension of myself.
That's what I was trying to tell you, man. When you were doing all that curveballs against lefty stuff, I said, you got to open your heart to Cam Schlittler.
Oh, no. I honestly, the thing about that was, I was just tweeting stats, and I feel like people just got upset about like the.
Oh, I'm not upset. Don't. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like there were people that were pretty upset about it, and I was just
really?
like, yeah, which is unfortunate because, like, I mean, I'm just a messenger, man. You know.
When's Kenny Mayne coming back? That's a good question.
The answer to that is he could come back at any moment.
Yeah, if he's watching right now, come on back.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him at the local coffee place, though. He's probably avoiding it since I sent him that photo. He's like, I don't want to see that fucking idiot there.
Did he ever text you back?
I thought he did. I thought he texted me back, but I thought it was a pretty brief response. It was on the thread that I thought multiple people were on.
I don't think I ever talked to Kenny Mayne one-on-one. I think you and I have a text thread with him, though. Right?
That sounds right. Yeah. It's not been super active lately, but
no. Yeah, there's yeah.
No, I don't like the Yankees. I'm going to see the Guardian. They're playing the Guardians. That's why we picked this game.
There's a text thread with me, you, Kenny Mayne, and Peggy, our talent booker.
And maybe reconnecting with Peggy is how we're going to get Kenny back on the program.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife is a Yankee fan. Yeah, her whole side are all Yankee fans. Got a cool Aaron Judge collage autograph thing in my daughter's bedroom that her mother or her grandmother gave her for her first birthday, which is pretty fucking sick. Yeah.
Red Sox mount a little comeback here.
But also have a Mookie Betts autograph baseball right here. So we're equal opportunity supporters here in this house.
How'd you get that?
At Boog's auction, actually. Greg Coley and I, shout him out, went down. At this point, this is probably like 5-6 years ago. We went down for that year's auction and bid on the Mookie Betts ball, and Greg was gracious and let us take it home and keep it because my wife is a huge Mookie Betts fan, going back to his time with the Red Sox. So, yeah.
1-0 White Sox, baby.
Also have a Kenny Lofton autographed baseball right here. Got that because my grandparents lived in the same building as Kenny Lofton when he was in Cleveland at one point.
Did you hear what I just said, Jay?
The White Sox took a 3-0 lead.
No, the Brewers took a 3-0 lead. The White Sox just scored, making it 1-0.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all my teams are winning right now.
Well, it's a good time to be you, man.
It's a great time to be me, man. The Marlins just went back to back to back. What the fuck?
The Marlinos?
Oh, yeah. Yep, no hotter team since Southside Jerry. I have to sneeze. That was a loud one.
God bless Miles Michaelis, man. Still doing it after all these years. 3 homers allowed.
God bless wasn't for me. I sneezed.
Who could it have been for? Who are you talking to?
I sneezed and you said, God bless Miles Michaelis. I'm Jared Carrabis.
Oh, that was completely... I didn't even hear you sneeze. Did you mute yourself?
Yeah.
Well, that was obviously polite.
Well, I said I'm going to sneeze.
No, that was just coincidental. It must have been like my brain just going next level because you
what great timing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you a Michaelis snug for sure. Yeah, 3 homers allowed in relief is going to produce something for sure.
Yeah. Starting 9 alumni, Miles Michaelis.
Yep. It's a lot of rich. When you and me or whoever was going over that list the other day, that was a lot of rich names on that list.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a legacy we've built.
The most obscure name do you think that we had on during the starting 9 era? Like, who's a player where you're like, damn, I forgot the guy existed?
I mean, ending with Mark Appel is kind of funny, right? Like, we just kind of wrapped up the era with Mark Appel.
Where did he go? Like, during the time that he came on, he was super relevant because he just came up with the Phillies and he was also very active on Twitter. I haven't seen one of his tweets probably since that year.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. The most random person. I mean, there are some goddamn names, man.
How many career appearances did Mark Appel have in the big leagues, do you think? Oh, Trey Turner. Nope. Would you guess Mark Appel made more than 15 career appearances in the big leagues?
No, I would say under.
7?
I'd probably still go under.
Less than 7. 5. Does 5 feel right?
Sure.
Let's look that up. Mark Appel. Very good guy. In his career, he made 6 appearances.
There you go. We really fucking nailed that.
I mean, Mark Appel in his big league career had a 1.74.
Pat Connaughton. That's a name that is fucking random. I mean, that's a basketball player. Obviously, that's pretty random to have been on our pod.
6 appearances, 10 1/3 innings, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Never
we had
from again.
We had Wade LeBlanc on. That's pretty fucking random.
Who the fuck is that? Who is that?
He played for a long time, actually.
Wade LeBlanc. Who the fuck is that?
He threw 931 innings in the big leagues, over 258 plate appearances in 13 seasons. He was a relief pitcher primarily.
Jeez.
Well, I shouldn't even say primarily. Half of his games were starts, but yeah.
13 years in the big leagues, 4.2 WAR.
Yep. So Wade LeBlanc is an answer.
Wade is watching the stream right now, so pissed.
I mean, Akil Badu, that we fit him in during his moment was
I don't remember interviewing him at all.
well.
You know what? Double
It was
check
towards
that.
the end.
I thought, are you confident that we interviewed him? Because I thought that like Akil Badu was the like name of the episode. I don't know that we interviewed him. Did we?
Oh, really? Well, I'll check. Let's see.
Dude, Miguel Vargas is probably the best player in the league right now. It's 3-0 White Sox, man.
Oh, no, you're right. That is an error. It was just a storyline. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
take that out. Good call.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember interviewing him.
All right, that's out. Jesse Winker.
Big Wink.
Big Wink Daddy. Nicky Lopez got on the pod.
I do remember the Nicky Lopez interview. He was a very nice guy.
I mean, Danny Trejo is very random. That was fun, but that was random. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Taylor Trammell.
T-squared. That was in person. That was at spring training. I think he was with the Mariners. Padres. Yeah, it was the Padres. Because I remember like we were waiting for Trevor Hoffman. And then Taylor Trammell walked up and we were like, we'd love to talk to you if you have a second. And he said, I'll do it with the caveat being that, like, please don't curse. And me and Dallas were like, whatever the fuck you want, man. You got it.
I'm going to turn on my AC. Give me 1 second.
Don't turn on that AC. Heim's such a legend for coming on the 10. Such a likable dude. He was very likable. Who was the greatest player you ever interviewed? Like talent-wise or like my favorite? I don't know. Like Cal was my hero growing up. That was such a trip to be able to interview him. The first time we ever interviewed Poppy, it was only for 5 minutes because I remember PMT had him for like a half an hour, and then Big Cat gave 10 minutes to baseball, or excuse me, starting 9, and then we were like, can we at least just get 5 minutes with him? And then he came on for 5 minutes. Talent-wise, I mean, if Pedro counts, Pedro and Poppy, Bryce Harper, like who else for like slam dunk Hall of Famers have we interviewed? Like never did Jeter. Oh, I mean, I guess I interviewed A-Rod. It wasn't for starting 9 or baseball is dead or section 10, but I did interview A-Rod. That was cool at his house, which was weird. I've told that story a million times. We had to sign an NDA just to go on his property. And like the NDA had Jennifer Lopez in it.
Hall of Famers. I mean, sorry, I don't know what you said already. Depending on what you think about Nolan Arenado's Hall of Fame case, he's somebody who's been interviewed. Smoltz is in the Hall of Fame. Well, we'll see where Max Fried's career goes, I guess. Maybe Scott Boras will end up in the Hall of Fame someday.
Yeah.
You said Harper.
Yep. Who's
Bob
the all-time
Uecker
WAR leader? For someone we never interviewed Clemens. I guess A-Rod is the highest WAR I've ever interviewed. Ricky, I didn't get to interview, but like we did have that video where like I met him, but that doesn't count.
For an official starting
Yeah.
9 interview.
Cal Ripken Jr. is the answer.
Oh yeah. That's actually quite easy.
95.9 for like an official interview.
That's going to stand, I think.
I don't know.
Unless we get Trout.
Randy Johnson's up there. Ripken is higher than Trout.
Yeah. Sorry, I should have clarified. If Trout passes him and then we get Trout was kind of where my mind was going. But
yeah, Pedro's 83.9.
Shill's up there.
Didn't we have Rod Carew on? I think we had Rod Carew on. I'm like 98% sure we interviewed Rod Carew. Uncle Kurt, 79.5. Mookie, 75. Dallas has told us we could get Jim Tomei. I don't know. Still waiting on that one. Manny. I've interviewed Manny. Smoltz we've had on. Pudge. Didn't we have Pudge on? And it like we didn't run it because the language barrier was so bad.
Yeah, I don't have Pudge in my list.
Yeah, I think
which doesn't mean that it didn't happen, but
yeah, I think we interviewed him and he was promoting something and like the language barrier was quite strong.
Yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar now that you're saying it, but
yeah. Who else? We never got Freddie Freeman. Never got Utley. Never got Judge. Votto. We had Votto. 63.6 career WAR. I think I have. I don't know how. I'm pretty sure I have Andrew Jones's phone number. I think I was given his. Yeah, I do. Someone gave me Andrew Jones's phone number and was like, dude, reach out to him. He'd love to come on. I was like, I'm not cold calling Andrew Jones, dude. But yeah, I do have his number. David Cohn, I bet would do it. I met him at batting practice one time and he was fucking delightful.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Did you work with him?
No. I would love to have him on though. I think he's very interesting generally.
Yeah, I bet you he would do it. He was very, very nice. And I mean, I've met my fair share of current and former big leaguers that give you the attitude of like, I played and you didn't. So like, I'm not going to waste my time talking about baseball with you. But like Coney was not like that at all. He was like asking me about like Red Sox stuff because obviously he was there to do the game. And I was like, I cannot believe that this man is asking me for my opinion. Mark McGuire, that was another false Dallas promise. Did we have Tommy John on? Or am I making that up?
I think you're making that up.
Maybe it was pitched and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I think it was pitched and didn't happen.
Yeah. He was like, he came out with a book. You know what it was? I think he came out with a book and we were just like, no more people with books.
Yeah. It's a time.
Yeah, I think that might have been it. Nolan. Piazza, I feel like that's another one Dallas could get. Chris Sale, I've interviewed.
You see Jordan went yard?
Yep. Mark Burley would be a cool interview. Evan Longoria has been on. Evan Longoria's career WAR is shockingly high.
Quite high. Quite high.
Like, if we did a Evan Longoria War Games, I would have been way off.
Yeah, I mean, he was He was in some pretty rare air for the first 7 or 8 seasons of his career.
Yeah,
Among third baseman all time.
Like fringe Hall of Famer.
Yeah. He's not going to get there, but
no.
Yeah, I mean,
it's basically the same career WAR as Cole Hamels.
He was a 50 WAR player through age 31.
Yeah, so like he could have if he stayed healthy went the Adrian Beltre route and ended up with like fucking 90 WAR.
Yeah, he basically stopped adding on to his career in his 30s, more or less.
Yeah. Higher career WAR than Sammy Sosa.
He was a stud, man.
Tulo.
Longo was a stud.
Never had Tulo, sadly. Did we get Tim Hudson? Yeah. Or is yeah. Right? No, we had Mulder. So the day
we had
that
Mulder
the Guards tied the 20-game win streak, we had Mike Clevenger, who started the game. He was the winning pitcher for the 20th win. And then we had Mark Mulder on the same episode, which was pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah, Hudson, I think, was the only one of the big three that we haven't had on because we did one with Zito.
Definitely did Zito.
Yeah, Zito was in person.
Yeah. Tulo was nasty too.
We haven't had Boggs, but he was recently pitched to me. We had Damon on. Joe Mauer would be cool. The fuck's he up to? It's waiting for us to call him. Had Poppy, had Bryce Harper. We had Ian Kinsler. Wasn't that when me and Dallas went to Texas for the opening of like the War Stick place? That might have been like another one that we like filmed and it never came out for some fucking reason.
When would that have been? What year was that?
2021, like November 2021.
Yes, that's like, well, I mean, the reason why that wouldn't have come out is easily explainable. Yeah.
Yeah, we went there. We filmed like a whole celebrity baseball game. That video, I believe, came out. But then we did like a whole sit down with Jack White and Ian Kinsler that never saw the light of day. Like there is a Dallas Braden, Jared Carrabis, Ian Kinsler, Jack White interview.
That's like a real lost tapes scenario.
Yeah. I mean, God, like if I thought it was like unbelievable and it had to come out, I'm sure I would have been like, all right, how do we get a hold of this? But like, I don't know that it was earth shattering. David Wells has been on the podcast.
Yep.
Fred McGriff would be a good get.
The crime dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love anybody from like my youth, my nostalgia era. That'd be great.
Luis Gonzalez has been on the podcast. Johan Santana, he's around. Like he's not like, oh, I retired and I'm just back home in Venezuela not doing shit.
Oh, man.
Dwight Evans, another guy. I don't know how, but I somehow ended up with his phone number. I have it. I think we texted like once about coming on and then it never went anywhere.
RBI baseball legend.
Torrey Hunter would be cool. Hey, Ben, shut the fuck up. We're going down the all-time war leaders to see who's been on. King Felix would be a good interview.
I missed the history.
I think Ken Griffey Jr. got pitched to us one time, and it was like on the condition that we had to talk about his art. It's like he doesn't want to talk about baseball. Like he just wants to do an interview about his art. And we were like, can like some of it be about the art and then we talk about baseball? And they're like, no, he just wants to talk about art. And I was like, well, I think that probably takes me out of the conversation.
Yeah, it's a tough fit for a baseball podcast to have,
Yeah.
one of the 10 most popular baseball players of our lifetime on the pod and not ask him, like, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I support Ken Griffey Jr. in his photography pursuits. I think it's wonderful, but it is our podcast, So
that was like in 2020 after Carlos Correa stiffed us in the spring training before the cheating scandal came out. And then the next spring training, he was
you were
like,
so mad, dude.
yeah, he was like, I'll come on the podcast, but we're only going to talk about my MMA podcast that I have with like fucking, who was it, Lance McCullers or something?
Yeah. How about for sure not?
Yeah. He was like, we'll come on, but we want to promote our MMA podcast. And I was like, how about fuck yourself, dude? Crazy. Frank Thomas would be cool.
Mm-hmm. Talk some eugenics.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can have Frank Thomas on, but you can only talk eugenics. It's like, okay, well, probably not going to work.
Yeah. You guys want Nolan Ryan on your podcast? He only wants to talk about gardening.
Well, can we ask him like one baseball question? No, like every question has to be about gardening. So.
Yeah. Yeah, this is strictly gardening.
Damn, dude. Maybe Dallas is right. Maybe Jordan does win the MVP.
He's good at ball. Good ball player.
I wonder what sort of Hall of Fame case he ends up with.
Kurt Schilling only will talk about Car Shield.
That's funny.
I mean, yeah, that did happen with CM Punk. CM Punk came on one time. We only talked about horror movies, but I think he would have, talked about wrestling, but it was before he returned. And we were just like, I feel like he was at that point an actor promoting a horror movie that he was in. And we were just like, I'm sure you're getting peppered with wrestling questions that you don't want to answer. So like, let's just talk horror movies because we're also interested in that as well. Andy Rodriguez home run.
See ya. This is a fun little battle we have going on here in Houston.
I don't have that game queued up. I need to get my shit together over here with the 2 TVs for the 8 games.
Yeah, let's go.
I only have access to 5 games right now.
That's all right. I'll keep an eye on Pirates Astros for us.
Thank you.
Although you were pretty over that Endy Rod home run.
Yeah, we have alerts set up for all the homers.
Look at you, man. You're just like such a pro dog.
Just doing it live. Honestly, sticking to Car Shield may be the safest way to interview Uncle Kurt these days.
Dude, A's Cubs, that's tough. It's like picking between your two parents. You know what I mean? Which broadcast to go with? Might have to rotate by inning, to be fair.
Yeah. Here comes Kyle Harrison to go throw some more fucking scoreless innings.
Yeah, this is fun. I hope he pitches every nuts night.
Good pitcher.
They just make him the nuts guy.
Bases loaded, nobody out with the Schlitt daddy on the mound. I don't know. Seems trouble. I really hope he doesn't give one up here because that would be 4 runs. It's the least ideal scenario is to give up a home run with the bases loaded. What's up with Christian Campbell? He's been very mediocre in AAA. Like no power. I don't know that you would want to call him up right now. That'll tie the ball game though, yeah? Oh yeah. Four runs for Cam Schlittler. This got to be his worst start of the year, Jay.
Yeah, that'll do it.
It's not over either. I mean,
no, it's not. The
Yeah.
Guardians.
Yeah.
Look at them go.
Season high, 4 runs allowed. Fuck.
That's how we do.
Here comes Jose Ramirez, future Hall of Famer. This is not the guy that you want to see up at the plate right now if you're Cam Schlittler.
No.
Oh, huck the bat into the stands real quick.
Why wouldn't you?
Send a message. Imagine that someone just fucking throws a bat at you as hard as they can, and then they're just like, yeah, I'm going to need that back, actually.
Yeah. It's like, what a country. Have some fun.
No, Water Country's not dead. It's forever alive. Oh, I hope this woman is okay. Doesn't look like she is. She's holding the side of her head, and I could have sworn I seen blood on her hand. That's not good. Yeah, see, a situation like that, like, what do you do? Because when you purchase a ticket, you are basically signing a contract saying, I cannot sue the team if I get smoked by a bat or a ball or what have you. But then the team obviously feels an obligation to... Oh, wait, we got video? What the hell's going on? Oh, I'm watching the wrong game. The team has an obligation to be like, we're so sorry for that happening. Here's a bunch of stuff. I would want the bat.
It is kind of crazy in hindsight that it took as long as it did to put the nets up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That feels like kind of like a different world.
If you've ever sat behind the nets, you've never even noticed. Uh-oh. Oh, no, Jay. Hey, this is bad news.
Yeah.
This is real bad. Oh, fuck.
Fuck. No. Oh, no.
Fuck. Oh, this is bad, and he's still not out of it. It's only 1 out.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Just kept it fair, too. I mean, that was so close to being a foul ball. Fuck. Oh, now he's getting out of the game here. Fuck. That's all right, man. Don't hang your head. You didn't look that stupid. Brutal. Brutal stuff. Anyway, so Kyle Harrison, huh?
Kyle Harrison. Would you consider getting a Kyle Harrison jersey?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Would you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not interested. Jordan's 21 homers, little nug time, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please.
It's not the spiciest nug, but we need to get it started at some point. Yordan Alvarez's 21 homers are tied for the most through the first 61 games of a season in Astros franchise history, with himself in both 2019 and 2022, and Carlos Beltran, shout out John Miller, in 2004.
Nick Kurtz just went deep.
That guy's red hot. Schlittler, nice even 2 ERA. Well,
yeah, I mean, we kind of all knew he wasn't that good.
Wow. Well, doing a victory lap on Schlitt Daddy, is he really? That's dirty work.
Am I wrong, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. It's too bad. I really thought that you were unbiased. I thought you were one of the good ones.
8 strikeouts. That's crazy.
Thought you were one of the guys that could call it down the middle, but
oh no. It's like that is me. They call me down the middle Havens.
Yeah. Thought that you were one of the good ones, but
yep. Nope. Definitely one of the good ones.
Seems like that's not the case.
Speaking of the good ones, Kyle Harrison, my God. He just went high stinky cheese to get the strikeout there.
Yeah, I've got it on.
No, I know. I'm sure you do. I just wanted to hammer home that I did too, and then I just saw that 96 up and in. Tough to get extended on that pitch.
For sure.
Particularly if your name
oh my God, 1,
Kennedy.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strikeouts.
Yeah.
In 4 innings or 3 and 2/3?
Yeah.
Yep. 9 strikeouts in 3 and 2/3 innings.
He could have 10 before this inning's over. Let's not.
Yeah, he could. Yeah. Got ahead of the first guy. Safe.
That would be kind of crazy if Kyle Harrison was like the best left-handed pitcher in baseball. Just like that's what it was now.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Here comes strikeout number 10. I'd love to call a 20 strikeout game on Just the Nuts.
Oh my God, that would be so cool.
Yeah. Matt Olson just hit a home run.
I don't care. I'm locked in on Harrison right now. That's all I'm watching.
Oh, see you later.
Yeah, buddy. Dude, are you kidding me? That was like the least competitive at bat yet.
Oh, man.
Just fucking.
It's his 5th career game with 10 plus strikeouts.
That's awesome. Kyle Harrison. Let's get a nug going on Kyle Harrison.
I mean, what did that graphic say? How many?
3rd this season, 5th career.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Give me a pitching ninja 10 strikeout highlight reel here.
Wow, man. Whew. He's a special pitcher, man.
Did you see the Guardians broadcast was roasting Jazz Chisholm?
No, what were they doing?
Because Jazz was on the Jimmy Fallon show.
Yeah.
And I'll play it for you.
That'll bring up Jazz Chisholm. Well, he predicted the Yankees will win the World Series. He did that last night on the Jimmy Fallon show. Pretty amazing. He got on the Jimmy Fallon show batting .239. He was there.
Oh, man.
That's funny. Oh man, Kyle Harrison it's going to be special.
He's so good.
So good.
I can't believe it. I can, but I can't.
How good he is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my commercial's on. See, that commercial is actually good. The other one I didn't really like that much, but this one I give the thumbs up. It's good shit. It's good shit, pal. Ugh. Can we suspend Jay Hay for rage baiting us Red Sox fans? Jay Hay is just a professional asshole, is what he is.
Oh, I thought you were going to say professional. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, he weaponizes his research ability.
Oh, no doubt. You've got to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when you've got this power. I show the Red Sox love when they're good, though, too. Cuts both ways.
No, you don't.
Oh, give me a break. Give me a break.
I would look at that. I think he was safe, unfortunately. Super safe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Coley is. He said he was at softball. Tibbs will be special someday. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. He was hot to start the year, and then he cooled off, and no one talked about it again. But everyone talks about like that first 3 weeks, like that's what he's been doing the whole time, and it's just not the case. What is he down to now? James Tibbs is hitting. Okay.
Pretty good still, isn't it?
Yeah, 322 with a 1085 OPS.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever.
Whatever.
Five homers in the last week. Yeah, that'll do it. Got hot again.
Ooh, I'm pretty interested to see whether Kyle Harrison can maintain this start now. Pretty rare error if he keeps it up.
What's he on pace for? Like 17?
Excuse me. I mean, it depends on how well he's going to be limited because he's at 70. Yeah, he's at 74 pitches already. So
yeah,
we're probably looking realistically at a maximum of 6 innings pitched.
Yeah. I think he averages fewer than 6 innings pitched per start.
Yeah. So, if we get to 13, 14 would be pretty cool.
Anytime you can trade James Tibbs for Dustin May, you got to do it. I think the craziest part about the James Tibbs for Dustin May trade was that, like, if you had just waited, they were probably going to DFA Dustin May anyway. But I mean, anytime that you can just jump on something like that, you got to do it. Vincenzo Gourmand just went.
Yard work.
Mm-hmm.
Vincenzo.
Oh, wow. Jerry, would you interview Raffy if he were open to it? Yeah, of course. We were supposed to do that in like 2019 and it never happened. We were supposed to interview Raffy and JD was supposed to be the translator. I am going to have to sneak off and eat dinner at some point. I thought that Coley would be here by now and that it wouldn't have left Jay Hay alone, but
it's all right, man. You need nourishment, man.
Yeah, I mean, we had that meeting today.
Yeah, that's lunchtime right there.
Yeah, it was the entire lunch window, so I didn't eat lunch until like 3 p.m.
Yep. Then that ate into dinner, and now you're hungry.
Now I'm hungry. Yeah, like I would have had dinner at like 7:30, but we got a nut.
I think I'm gonna have some mint chocolate chip ice cream at some point tonight.
That's a great fucking call.
I have some down in my fridge right now waiting for me.
I'm gonna retweet this fucking live right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love ice cream. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best once again. I relapsed back into drinking soda. I need to stop that. Soda's bad for you, but this is my first week back in the gym, so I feel like you gotta get in the gym, then you gotta tighten up the diet, then you just gotta be firing on all cylinders. But I think the biggest obstacle is just getting back in the gym, and we're there. How the fuck did the White Sox blow a 3-0 lead?
Buddy,
pump it up. Remember Eric Thames?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
What's he up to?
That was a thing for a second. He's cool. Last I remember.
He's gigantic. Baseball is Dead just tweeted Cam Schlittler allowed 5 runs tonight, which is the most of any start in his big league career.
Oh, I didn't realize Harrison's up to 8 consecutive outs via strikeout too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that means he punched Rafael Devers' ticket.
Yeah, there's always a silver lining.
I'm not anti-Raffy. It's just an interesting storyline to see them facing each other after being traded for each other last season, and none of the organizations involved being the Red Sox in this.
Davis Martin finally had his regression to the mean start.
How many runs?
5. I mean, you sort of already commented on that with the White Sox blowing it, but yeah, he's got 5 runs allowed now through 4.
I didn't see how many were earned.
Yeah, all 5 of them, unfortunately. Yep.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Bryce Harper, bases loaded. Bottom 7. Anthony Volpe's not sucked since coming back, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, he's been fine. I would have. I just pulled up his line. I would have admitted to not really knowing what he has done so far, and I think his stat line actually backs up that assertion because it's been low batting average, good on base percentage, virtually no power at all. So I guess we'll see.
It's not a custom shirt or officially licensed as far as I'm aware. I'm sure my dad got it on some random website that he peruses. The 2-2. Yeah. Rolled it over to second base.
Mint chocolate chip is not toothpaste ice cream.
No, it's not. It's delicious.
Fucking dumb take.
If you could reverse one trade, would it be Tibbs for May or Harrison for home run derby? Harrison for home run derby. That just makes you a much better team all around. And I think if you don't have Durbin, like take the Kyle Harrison part out of it. If you don't have Durbin, does that mean that they're more aggressive for Isak Paredes? Like you can't just go into the season and be like, I guess this is our team. You have to put somebody there. Does that mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't think that means Bregman's still here. So is that like Meyer at third, Sogard at second, Story at short? I mean, I don't know. IKF at fucking second and Meyer at third and Story at short. But yeah, I don't know what you do, but it definitely would have had a ripple effect that, in my opinion, would have made the team better. Yeah. Just having Kyle Harrison makes you better. But pitching hasn't been the problem.
I wonder, like Kyle Harrison start's probably going to be more spectacular. I wonder if Dustin May is not the guy to keep an eye on. And I'm really not trying to be funny. But like he's through 4 with 48 pitches. Like, and he himself has 8 strikeouts. Like he could conceivably dial up a shutout, like a full complete game.
Get foul. Yeah.
We don't want that. We want maximum destruction here for Kyle Harrison.
Just a long strike is all it is.
Yeah, it just sets poor Cox up for what we're going to call strikeout number 11.
Best ERA through the first 10 starts in franchise history for the Brewers. Kyle Harrison, number 1. There's another strikeout. There's 11. He struck out 9 in a row.
I just want to quickly note that if you are a fan of Baseball is Dead, you would have received that nugget basically a week ago. So, yep, no big deal. But
you think they stole it from you?
Probably not. I'm sure the teams do a lot of their own internal research on stuff like that, but they didn't have it before me, I don't think.
No. There you go. You fucking walk out of the batter's box and you're already down 0-1.
That's 11s. Oh man, this is gonna be great. Wonder if he's the greatest pitcher in Brewers franchise history already.
It's him and Sabathia, 1A and 1B.
Well, for lefties, I mean, it kind of is in a way, but Casey Schmidt up to the plate, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Oh, that's lame.
Sal's there.
Nice catch. We'll take that. Break it up a little bit. All right. Nicely done, sir.
Yeah.
Dealing. We're through 5. We've got 11 strikeouts. 88 pitches, so he's probably got 1 more in him.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So we're
good for him, though.
Yeah, man. My Yuri Perez pick's not looking very good.
No, he's gonna miss what, 2 months?
Yeah, he's done for the side. My Dylan Cease pick in the AL was looking pretty good. Still looks pretty good. The injury doesn't help, but
I mean, Cam Schlittler is going to finish the year with an ERA approaching 6. So I feel like Dylan Cease is still a strong pick. Yeah, it's probably smart to drop him in fantasy. You're probably not going to see him for a while.
Yeah, I have him on IR. I appreciate the input, but I'm going to keep him stashed for a little bit. Got Corbin Burns on IR too. Waiting for him to come back. Had Jared Jones on IR. He's back. Joined the team.
He's back. Was he hitting 100 in his first time back out there?
Who?
Jared Jones.
What do you mean hitting 100? Oh, yeah. Duh. No, he was hitting 100. I saw that and I was like, is that a good thing? Like first start back, just fucking straight 100 miles an hour.
Any more shady moves by Dallas and his friends in fantasy?
So it's funny about that. I don't remember where we left off with the latest update, but I lost Trey Yasevich to that fucking horseshit rule or whatever. And like a week or two after that, Dallas lost Jackson Churio to the same rule. And I was the one who claimed and received Jackson Churio. So
good. Fuck him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I'm in second place in that league. I'm in 6-3, I think, through 9 weeks. Yeah, we're looking pretty good. I have a team that I'm very confident in, that I'm feeling very good about. There's not been any more shady moves, mostly because although Acuna got dropped by a guy on the same rule, but the guy was able to claim him back because of where he was in the waiver order. So, but yeah, we're pretty excited about what we got going on that team. We got Nick Kurtz, we got Churio, we got Jordan, we have Murakami. Starting pitching is a little bit light, but Garrett Cole and Roki Sasaki developing into usable pieces looks to be a real difference maker for us right now. So yeah, I think we can win the championship, which would be pretty funny if I just joined Dallas's league and just immediately fucking won.
I mean, would anybody be surprised?
No, I guess not.
No. Say Don. So Don Rafaela kind of like is the perfect Guardians player.
Perfect Guardians player?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you trying to trade him for? Are you setting me up here, or?
No, he reminds me of a Guardians player.
I would be into that, depending on what the return was. Somebody said, do I research my picks in fantasy or just vibes? I used to be like very research heavy. I mean, I've been playing since 2007 in the leagues that I'm in right now, other than Dallas's league. Like in the keeper league that I play in, I've been playing since 2007. And I used to be very, very like intensive in my preparations and stuff. But I feel like having spent as much time in the game and like just year round, how much time me, Jared, like all the fellas spend on the sport, like it just kind of seeps in. So I definitely will read stuff and prepare for new seasons. And I have sources, not like inside sources, but just like, publications and authors that I like to, kind of peek into and stuff like that. But no, it's at this point, it's mostly vibes. I just don't put that level of pressure on it. And it's also, I play with a bunch of like friendly people. It's not we put money on it, but it's not like crazy competitive. I mean, it is because everybody knows what they're doing, but it's not cutthroat. It's not like a professionals league. Just people who've been playing for 15, 20 years. I do have Ohtani though in my keeper league. So that's like really what really matters other than that. We do a slow draft though in that league, which I love. We just like start the draft in mid-March and just let it run. You basically get an infinite amount of time to make your draft picks, but everybody's, a professional and in their behavior. I mean, you just like pick throughout the day. It's great. Provides a wonderful distraction. Yeah, I don't have any costs associated with my fantasy keeper leagues. So it's just in terms of player costs, it's just like if you own a player, you own that player for however long you choose until you trade him or let him go. But there's a cap on the number of keepers that you get major league and minor league and so stuff like that. So the draft is populated with quality players each year, but the top is lopped off for keepers.
Who do I have winning the Stanley
good
Cup?
question.
Let's play a game called See If Jared Can Guess Who is Playing in the Stanley Cup.
Okay.
Are the Canadians? No, there's no Canadian teams in the Stanley Cup final because I think I saw something where it's like a guarantee that no team from Canada will win it. Yes?
Correct. No Canadian team.
No Canadian team is in the Stanley Cup final. Are the Tampa Bay Lightning in the Stanley Cup final?
No.
Are the Red Wings in the Stanley Cup final?
Nope.
Are the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup final?
Nope. Not this year.
Ooh, I feel like there's no New York teams or Jersey teams because then people would be talking about like the Knicks in the finals and then a New York team in the Stanley Cup.
Correct. No New York, New Jersey teams.
Okay. The San Jose Sharks.
Sharks didn't cut it this year.
Okay. Are the Flyers in the Stanley Cup?
Oh man, I wish the Fly guys were in it, but no.
No. Okay. Did the Dallas Stars make it?
Oh, not in the NHL. Not this year.
Ooh, okay. Did the Las Vegas Knights get back there?
Buddy, you just hit on your first one. Ding, ding,
Vegas,
ding,
the Las
ding.
Vegas, they're in?
They're in.
The Las Vegas Knights versus the Nashville Predators.
Oh, not the Preds. Nope.
Okay. The Las Vegas Knights are going up against the Anaheim Ducks.
Oh, the Ducks. Would you believe Gordon Bombay? No.
No. Okay. It's the Las Vegas Knights versus the Minnesota Wild.
Oh, wouldn't that be wild? But that's not true.
Okay.
Nope.
How about the Blackhawks? Are they in it?
No,
they didn't get back.
Nope. They're still going through some things.
No, it's not Sidney Crosby and the Penguins.
No. Mario Lemieux's not walking through that door.
No,
Chris
Sergei
Letang's
Gonchar.
not walking through that door. Sidney Crosby's
Yeah.
still there. So he's walking through it, but Jaromir Jagr is not walking through that door.
Jaromir Jagr. What about Alexander Ovechkin and the team that he plays for?
Oh, it is not them.
DC, right?
Yes, but no.
The Capitals? Are they the Capitals?
The Capitals. Yeah, no, it's not. They're not in the
them.
Stanley Cup.
It's
Nope.
not them.
And it's not the Hartford Whalers either. I wish it was. I'd be going crazy in the streets, baby. I'd be like, woo, 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 woo.
No. Okay. It is the Las Vegas Knights versus the. I'm trying to think of a map of the United States.
That's helpful.
Are there other teams in Texas besides the Stars?
No, I don't think so.
No. It's gotta be the fucking Seattle doesn't have a hockey team? No.
Well,
What does that mean? There's a team in Washington?
yeah, they have the Kraken. I was doubting myself for a second, but they have a new team. Yeah, no, Seattle has
Kraken,
a team. Yeah.
but it's not them.
No.
Fuck. Okay. It is the Las Vegas Knights are going up against. Are the Knights are a Western Conference team?
The Knights are a Western Conference team. They're in the Pacific Division.
So I need an Eastern Conference team.
Yep. I mean, there's a lot of teams you haven't named.
I feel like I've named a lot of teams. I'm gonna say.
Well, let me see. Hold on. There's 1, 2.
What about the Columbus Blue Jackets?
Oh, that is one of the teams that you have not named, and
But that's not
I'm
the right
so
one.
pleased that you named them. Because it's not them. It's not them.
The St. Louis Blues are a Western Conference team.
The St. Louis Blues are a Western Conference team.
Yeah,
that's
so
not
what
going to
we're
work
looking
for us.
for. Yeah. So what we're kind of really looking to hammer down here is that the Las Vegas Knights are going up against in the Stanley Cup Finals.
There are only 2 Eastern Conference teams that you haven't eliminated via the New York and Canadian kind of wipeout that are available to you. So,
okay. So I've named every team except for one team and then the team that's in the Stanley Cup.
yeah, and depending on how you want to interpret the New York question, I guess you could wipe out
the New
the other
Jersey
team.
Devils.
No, I already wiped the Devils out. But like this is upstate New York, so I'm not really sure whether that should be wiped out in the New York City, New Jersey treatment. But New York State has another team that you haven't addressed.
Oh, the Buffalo fucking
the Sabres. Yeah,
the Sabres. Yeah. Buffalo.
It's
Sabres.
not them though.
That's not them. So
No.
there's one team that I haven't named, and they're in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, from the East. Yeah. I would say, listen, I'm admittedly not a hockey person.
Yeah.
I would say from a brand awareness standpoint, if you put aside the recent expansion teams and you put aside the Canadian teams,
this is
I would say
this team.
I would say that this team has about as low of like cachet as might exist.
Their Q score is down.
Yeah, like maybe the Columbus Blue Jackets are lower.
Oh, Kyle Harrison just gave up a homer.
That sucks, dude. Fuck that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey fans can correct me if I'm wrong on the team in the Stanley Cup and their Q rating, but my sense is that it's pretty fucking low.
Okay. Does this team play on a coast?
Yes.
Like there's water on the state that they are in.
Yeah, I need to familiarize myself a little more with where their arena is located.
I'm just talking the state that they play in. Does water touch it?
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
Yep.
I already named all the Florida teams, the Tampa Bay Lightning and the fucking Florida Panthers.
You did. I believe you named all of them. Yeah.
Okay. Atlanta does not have a hockey team.
Atlanta does not have a hockey team. Wait. For the people, I'm just reading the chat now. For the people who are saying I don't know the answer, I do know the answer. Like I'm not guessing. I'm just playing along. I know who it is. I know where they originated from. I'm just not a hockey person. I know what the answer to the question is, though.
Trying to think of states on the coast. I said the Blue Jackets.
I said Chris Letang a few minutes ago. You don't think I know who's in the Stanley Cup? Come on, I know something.
I can't believe I haven't got it. I named every other team in the Eastern Conference except for this one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
their color scheme actually would go really well with what I got working with right now. I did not shoot down the Whalers. Oh, okay, I said it's not the Whalers because the Whalers don't exist anymore. That's what I meant by that. I mean, I'm in Hartford. I'm clear whether the Whalers are still a thing or not. This team is not the Whalers. If somebody said it's the if we were playing a game in baseball and somebody said Expos and the team that was in the World Series was the Nationals, that would not be a correct answer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm determined to get it. Can I ask for a hint in the form of a question?
Yeah.
Does the state/city in which this team plays, do they have a Major League Baseball team?
No.
Okay, so this is an NHL team that plays in a state that doesn't have a Major League Baseball team.
Correct.
Okay. I feel like now this is more of a geography issue than it is an NHL issue. Like I'm looking at like New England and then I'm looking at like Florida. I'm just like, what's in between there? Like the Carolinas. The Carolinas are there. Like Delaware is not having a team. Maryland can't be Maryland. Like, would you say it's halfway between Maine and Florida? Or is it closer to Maine or closer to Florida?
I would say it's closer to Florida.
Closer to Florida. Does Charlotte have a team?
No.
Okay. Man, this is bad. Should I know this? Like, how long has this team been? How long has this team been a team?
I mean,
not an original six team.
No, but quite a while they've been in their current form.
Okay, so were they a franchise that moved from somewhere, or they were
absolutely
renamed?
Absolutely, yes.
They were moved.
Yes. It's been mentioned where they were. I yelled at somebody to clarify a point about where they used to be.
Oh, the Hartford Whalers.
Correct.
Where did the Hartford Whalers move to is now the question.
That is, we are figuring out this puzzle together. Yep.
The Hartford Whalers became...
Yeah, they relocated in 1997. So I would have guessed in the early 2000s, but it is 1997. So there you go. So I see that's been said in the chat too, but I know you're not looking at the chat.
No. In 1997, the Hartford Whalers moved
to where?
A state that doesn't have a Major League Baseball team.
That is somewhere between Maine and Florida.
Between Maine and Florida, but closer to Florida.
Yep.
Oh. I feel like it's cheating to look at a map of the United States.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would just keep. We got some time here still. I would just ride it out.
Okay.
Not like anybody's coming to you for geography help after this anyway. So just like,
No.
let's just figure it out together.
Yeah.
I just want to say, like, it is closer to Florida. I think I'm going to do some map work here for a second because I think it's closer than. We'll say Portland or Portland, Maine, will be our working point for the state of Maine. I know Coley would be mad about that, but we're going to do that. And I'm going to type in here where Carolina plays.
Is it in? It's not Virginia.
Nope. So it's 12 hours. And let's say. Let's use Tallahassee, Florida.
It's not Wyoming.
Yeah, so it's definitely closer to Florida, but you know, it's a bit of a drive for both, if we're being honest.
Man, it's hard. It's hard to. It's not. How many syllables is the team?
Like including the city or state location?
Just the team.
So the team moniker, right? The team name.
Like Phillies, 2 syllables.
Oh yeah. 3.
3-syllable team.
Somebody in the chat said 4. It's not 4, it's 3.
3-syllable team. It is the. Their colorway is black and red.
Yes. Yeah, the
Black
city
and red.
or state is 4 syllables. And the
team is 3
name,
syllables. The city is 4.
Yeah, city state is 4.
Wow. You're sure I know what this team is? I've heard this team's name before.
I can't be sure. I mean, you've never had like pie, so who the hell knows, really? But
yeah,
it is a team that's in the Stanley Cup for certain.
The Las Vegas Knights are going up against the Baton Rouge. Nope. Man. I feel like I would get it right away if you told me the first letter, and I don't want to do that.
No, this is so much better. I mean, some would say that I've already said it. Actually,
you've already said it?
Yeah, I got a little sloppy, and I actually said where it is, and you didn't seem to notice.
Are there any famous rappers from this state?
Jesus Christ. Let's take a look.
There has to be.
Yeah, I would say that if there are, they're not from, wouldn't really be from my era. The internet is telling me, I'm just going to go off of what I'm seeing because I'm not going to do a lot of actual research on this. I'm seeing that DaBaby hails from this state, and J. Cole was raised in this state while not being born there.
Okay, that doesn't help at all. That could be anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. PD Pablo.
Oh, he's North Carolina. Is it North Carolina?
You're very close.
I mean, how can it not be North Carolina if you say PD Pablo?
I mean, it is implied that it is North Carolina, but that is not actually the team name.
Well, is the team in North Carolina?
Yes.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
I mean, that's not 4 syllables, right?
Come on and raise up. Okay. I don't know any cities in North Carolina.
Not even
There's
looking for a city.
Wait, what?
Mm.
The team is in North Carolina, but it's not named after North Carolina or.
I just said the name. I didn't say it's not named after North Carolina. I just said it's not literally North Carolina.
What
be
does
part of that.
that even mean?
Could it be part
dude?
of that?
It's part of North Carolina?
I mean, part of that name could be.
The Carolina Hurricanes.
Fucking amazing. Did somebody have a clock on that? How long that took? Yep, you got it, brother. Good job. Carolina Hurricanes, Las Vegas Golden Knights.
The Carolina Hurricanes versus the Las Vegas Knights. 27 minutes.
Yeah, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Raleigh. Got it. So that's who's in the Stanley Cup, huh?
Yeah, man. Yep. Yeah, we could do World Cup next. That would be just
literally Jay Hayes said it. You said it and Jared missed it.
Good stuff, man.
I said the Carolinas too. I just didn't think of a hockey team. Well,
that was epic.
Do I know who's hosting the World Cup? Aren't we?
Yeah. For now.
Yeah, no puck. I mean, credit to me for not looking at the chat.
Yeah. Thanks for having some fun with that.
I don't think that the chat would have told me, but Red Sox lost again.
Shout out to the guy who traded Tatis for Connor Griffin in his league based off of our conversation. Got to feel pretty good about that one. I know Griffin's on the IL, but obviously not a move made for the next 2 weeks.
Carolina Hurricanes. They couldn't be more from Carolina.
Do we have a Just the Nuts curse going on with the Red Sox? Is that like a thing that's going on?
I don't know, but it's the opposite end on the alt cast on Nesson. We're 3-0 on that. I don't know that we've won a game doing the views though.
It's probably more important that they win when you do the alt cast than it is
or
when
the
they do
nuts.
just
I
the
mean,
nuts. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're winless with the nuts, undefeated on the views.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We can work with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could have given me a million guesses, and like I never would have been able to tell you that the Carolina Hurricanes used to be the Hartford Whalers. I thought they just got rid of that team. I didn't know that they relocated and became another team. Like the Expos becoming the Nationals. Like that's a known thing. I don't know. Like I thought that the Whalers one day they existed and then they stopped existing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't give the Hurricanes a lot of thought, to be honest with you, but you know, living in the Hartford area, you can definitely still feel the imprint of the Whalers, at least a little bit. Certainly at the airport at Bradley.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go chug a steak and then I'll be right back.
All right, man. Chew. Make sure to chew.
I'm not gonna do that.
Savor it.
It's gonna be a fun little Q&A sesh with wait, this is cool. Did you see this text from Corey?
Yes, I did. I was actually about to respond to it, but it was just you and me talking, so it's kind of awkward. The only I'll include my feedback here in a second in the text, but I love the
great
thing.
stuff. All right, I'll BRB.
Yep. Hi. Little Q&A sesh here. Sorry, I was responding to the text from Corey that Jared was referencing. I trying to do both here. How did I get into working in baseball? So I was fortunate after college. I did not come out of college with as much of a plan as I would have liked, or certainly would try to come out of it now, or recommend my own child to come out of it with. But I wanted to do sports writing, was kind of where I landed. And I took a job at a local newspaper in Connecticut after having already applied to ESPN's kind of research and stat department on a whim one day, having no expectation at all that I would get that job. And after a pretty tortuous path in terms of the interview, and then it coincided with the 2008 financial crash, right when I was kind of applying and interviewing. So between the interview at ESPN in Bristol, they flew me out to interview. I thought I fucking crushed the spate of interviews. It was like 6 to 7 hours worth of interviews. Felt really good. And then between the interview and being hired, it was like 18 months lapsed because they did a hiring freeze and stuff like that. So long story short, when ESPN called and asked if I was still interested in the job, I was living in Bristol, Connecticut, 100% coincidentally, because that's where the job that I was offered was. The first newspaper that offered me a job was based in Bristol, Connecticut. So I took that job, not knowing whether ESPN would call. Worked at the newspaper for about a year. Was told that the newspaper was on the verge of going under 3 to 4 months out. And ESPN called during that window. I got very, very lucky during that timing. So went into the ESPN research department, was a general sports researcher in that department, as pretty much everybody was at the time when they first got hired. And then showed an interest in, aptitude for baseball specifically, wanted to work on those shows, was assigned Baseball Tonight. And Mark Simon, who works for Sports Info Solutions now, was the researcher at the time for Baseball Tonight. I took over as the main researcher in his place, starting in 2011. And I did that for until halfway through the 2017 season. I was either a researcher or a producer for Baseball Tonight. Sorry, that was the long answer. But I've lived in Connecticut ever since. So, how's CT? I love Connecticut, man. I guess I kind of understand some of the hate, but I don't really. I love the access to so many different types of terrains, different states. Get in your car, drive 45 minutes, be in a cool place, drive a couple of hours, be in a different state. I love dabbling in Vermont, Massachusetts, Maine, New York. Yeah, I've got great lifelong friends in Pennsylvania. I just love, after having lived in the Midwest, and I still have friends and family that live out there, but after having lived out there, the ability to get to many different interesting places very quickly or relatively quickly. I love it. I love living in Connecticut and New England in general. What college? I went to the University of Illinois in Champaign, Urbana-Champaign. I went to high school. I finished high school, junior and senior year in a suburb of Chicago, western suburb, way suburb, St. Charles, Illinois. And so Illinois was the in-state option at the time. So I was ultimately, of the colleges I applied to, I was accepted to 3 of them, and 2 of them were out of state and like 2 or so times more expensive than Illinois, which was the 3rd college that I was accepted to. And that's where I chose to go. And I am very grateful that I made that decision, because I don't think I cared enough about the other 2 schools that I wasn't someone who grew up needing or wanting to really go to one college, or having like a regional or school passion like that. So, I would not have. University of Michigan and William and Mary were the 2 other schools, and I did not feel passionately enough about that to justify paying 2 or so times more amount of money. I did tour the University of Illinois once after applying there, and I told my dad on the way home, I was like, I'm never going to this school. It was rainy and shitty, and there was so much construction. I was like, this place fucking blows. I'm never going here. Then I went there, and I had a great time. Background of being a Guardians fan. Both sides of my family, mother, father, are from Ohio. My dad specifically, his side of the family is Cleveland. My grandparents are from there, lived there until they died. My dad, we have roots in East Cleveland. My dad went to Shaw. League Park, my grandfather, went to as a kid. They lived in Shaker for a while. So they lived in University Circle at the end of their lives, over in Judson Manor, which shout out Virginia Havens Park across from Judson Manor. If you've ever checked that out, go ahead. But growing up with my dad being the sports fan in the family, he was an Indians fan, and primarily a baseball fan. So that's what I was. My dad was not one of those like overbearing sports people where I was like raised as a certain way, but just kind of naturally became a Guardians fan or Cleveland fan. It was also a very timely time to be like a baseball fan who was potentially interested in being a Cleveland fan, because obviously starting in 94, they were fucking awesome. So, I was born in 85. So starting from the time that I was like 94, I don't really remember paying as much attention to, but starting in 95, I was 10 years old. So for my formative years, they were just about as fucking cool as you could imagine. And granted, you didn't have the access that you have now where I could just like turn on MLB TV and watch any Cleveland game that I wanted to. But for what fandom was at the time, it was very cool. And I ultimately went to more Cleveland games at Jacobs Field as a youngster than I did Phillies games at the Vet, even though I lived much, much closer. I mean, I was in Pennsylvania. I lived 25, 30 minutes from Philadelphia. So, but that's just what it was. I have great memories of going to the Jake and going with my grandparents and dad and shit like that. So I don't pretend to say I was raised in Cleveland or speak for Cleveland fans, which I try and be very careful about on the podcast, but that's my particular story. Do I have another job? I do. I do baseball research for a couple of broadcasts for Major League Baseball teams. So that is not the only other job that I have held during the podcast era, but that's currently my setup. So I think of it as doing basically three things. And that is that's hardly a full-time job. So I'm not trying to claim that that is a full-time job, but that's something I have done in various capacities for like a decade now, extending back to my time at ESPN. And so sports research, all of this podcast stuff with the company that we're, now building up and very excited about. And then I'm a full-time stay-at-home dad. Like I work out of my house, and I'm with my kids constantly. So got to carve out time to work and podcast and research and stuff like that. But I'm at home, and my wife works my partner works at the office 4 days a week because that's what her job demands. Yeah. So by the way, just since this is kind of my rant opportunity, I will say that is what kind of bothers me a little bit sometimes about when people say, like, when we were going through some of the contract stuff, or when people say you're just a podcaster or whatever, like my job is very unimportant ultimately, but I am also like, I am a full-time dad. So very proud of that. It's the job I'm most proud of, if I'm being honest. How hyped was I for the U of I basketball season? Listen, I went there at an awesome time to be a fan. Like I was there for the D Brown, Darren Williams, Luther Head, Ropo, James Augustine team that went to the finals and got beat by North Carolina. Sean May just absolutely ate James Augustine's lunch. I believe James Augustine finished with 0 points and fouled out in that game. But I really lost touch with that team and Illinois sports in general after graduating. I was not raised an Illinois fan. So I had fun while I was there. And I certainly liked to see the team do well, but I don't follow Illinois sports. I only lived in Illinois for a couple of years, so outside of college. So great time in college. Have not been back to Champaign-Urbana since I think the August following graduation, which is a long time ago for me. You don't ask me about my beard grooming process. I'm the wrong person to ask. So if it looks like it's groomed, that's lighting or the screen. It's just thick. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't mention New Hampshire because I just honestly don't spend a ton of time there. Although have spent some time in the White Mountain area at a bed and breakfast. I haven't been in a while, but used to go with my wife, then girlfriend. We had a very nice time, but don't spend as much time in New Hampshire anymore. Yeah, I mean, the Hall of Fame stuff, there's just so much to get to during the regular season that having like a substantive Hall of Fame conversation during the regular season just feels like you're going to have people asking more questions than anything. But yeah, I love that stuff and I can't wait to do it. And I think adding Tyler and the production kind of staff help that we've done, I'm hoping to do more of that kind of stuff. I love doing the essays, the video essays at the former company. I didn't stop doing them because I wanted to stop doing them. That was a resource thing. So would love to get into stuff like that, whether that's in that form or something different. Did I like Buster only? Yeah, I got nothing but love for Buster. And whenever I hang him up, I will include Buster in my thank you list for sure, because he was the first person who gave me a shot on a podcast. Used to have me and Carl Ravitch on every Friday to do the Fireball Express. For those of you who have been listeners for a long time, know there are only a scant few of you, but used to do the Fireball Express every Friday with Ravi. First time I ever got to be on a pod. And it didn't get me this opportunity, but having some level of experience was certainly helpful in terms of kind of knowing what went into it, or knowing what it took, and eventually making me, I think, pretty decent on my role, at least for what I do for the pod. No, I was not born in Ohio. I was born in Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. Grew up in Malvern, Valley Forge, Pennsylvania area through like age 14, 15, and started bouncing around a little bit. Lived in Nevada, lived in Las Vegas for 8 months, and then finished up high school life in Illinois, went to college in Illinois, moved to Connecticut, have lived in Connecticut ever since, various places in Connecticut, but have been here since 2008. I liked Darren Williams, like when he was there, like that was badass, and I thought he was awesome in the NBA. I'm sure if there was Twitter at the time, I would have been one of the idiots saying he was better than Chris Paul, which was obviously a very passionate debate at the time that feels patently ridiculous now, but was a real thing, both in college and through their first X number of years in the NBA, when Darren was running, the pick and roll in Utah and things were looking great. And then his career just obviously flatlined, and CP3's going to the Hall of Fame. So, but yeah, Darren was fun. Those games were awesome at Illinois. I'll take the Spurs in the NBA Finals. I'm not going to get cute. I think the Knicks could win. I just don't think that'll happen. I was a baseball card guy when I was a kid, like a lot of people. I had a fucking awesome collection for a kid. I had like 30 Barry Bonds cards and shit. I think, it's on my like long-term list of things to do. It's actually in the attic. I'm not going to turn my whole setup, but there's an attic door over there that goes into the unfinished side. That's where all my cards are. But yeah, I have some hopes of going through that and really collating them at some point. Favorite Cleveland baseball player growing up was, it varied at times. Like the very first player that I remember being interested in was Carlos Baerga, actually. I had like a little wooden cutout statue card thing of Carlos Baerga. That didn't last super long. The Baerga thing in general didn't last that long, but Kenny Lofton, Jim Thome, Manny Ramirez, those were the big three during, the era, the games that mattered, or the era that mattered. I loved Omar too. Obviously not really supporting Omar Vizquel at this point, but yeah, how could you not? Watching Manny here was so fucking cool. I love Jim Thome because it felt like he was like, he was doing like the point thing almost. So like it just looked, and his home runs were obviously such fucking bombs. And Kenny was near and dear for both style of play and the fact that, as I showed before, I got his autograph. So that's going to make a kid a fan. So yeah, it was a great time to be a baseball fan. Notice I didn't name any pitchers, unfortunately. I think it is absolutely viable to say that Burt Blyleven was better than Nolan Ryan. Yeah. I'm not sure I would ultimately make that decision, but yes, definitely viable. Yeah, no, the Guardians thing is still, I think, I understand the local significance. I think those things are kind of cool. I don't know that Guardians was, I think it's fine. It's like a B- team name. I don't think it's as lame as like the Commanders, but I don't think it's cool. I am not a golf guy. I don't play. I don't follow. I'm a mini golf guy. I play every year in the Connecticut Cup, which is a mini golf tournament that me and my wife run for just mostly our inner circle. But we've done it. And we spend a whole day driving around the state of Connecticut and playing at, I think we've maxed out at 7, but I think we've settled in at 6 mini golf courses over the course of the day. You play all 6 courses. Whoever has the lowest combined score at the end of the day is the ultimate champion. You also get recognitions for winning individual courses. So yes, we've done that for pre-COVID. So 6-7 years. I love that shit. That's fun. I did not win last year though, which was a little disappointing. One time my wife won on the last hole of the last course. It was like a walk-off win. It was like one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I don't have an NH. Sorry, I'm backlogged. I'm like 9 minutes behind on the questions. So I'm doing my best, trying to give quality answers here. If this is not good, somebody can tell me that this isn't good. But I do not have an NHL team. So if the teams of places where I have friends do well, then that's great. But I don't care. Top 5 MLB ballparks. I don't remember where my count's at. I've been to like all but 3 or 4, I think now. I mean, listen, I don't have like a super creative answer to this. I don't think San Francisco's awesome. I think Dodger Stadium, the view looking out is awesome. Like getting in is awful, but if we're just talking about the stadium itself, San Francisco, Los Angeles, I have a soft spot for Wrigley Field. Had a lot of fun times there, both on the fucking whatchamacallit across the street, at the rooftops and in the stadium. Had a lot of fun times there. Fenway, I'm a sucker for the old stuff. I think Citizens Bank is a great viewing experience in terms of other ones. I like City in New York. I thought Milwaukee was a great.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
I think Milwaukee was a great experience when I was there 5-6 years ago. Yeah. A lot of good stuff. San Diego's sick, obviously. Not been to Seattle. That's one that I haven't been to. I've not been to Camden Yards in Baltimore. That's another one I have not been to, which is obviously inexcusable for somebody who lives on the East Coast, but it's what it is. What does doing research for the broadcast look like on a day-to-day basis? Researching position player stuff, researching starting pitching notes, team ranks, league trends, varies day by day, but there's some tentpole stuff that I'm doing every day. Very rewarding to be able to work from home. Something my wife and I prioritized, that one of us was able to do that, and so far we've been able to make that work. I realized that I'm very fortunate to be able to do that and to have a spouse who, has a job that's good enough, lucrative enough, provides health care. All my research, I don't really use any sort of complicated sites. I use Baseball Reference. I use Baseball Savant. I use Fangraphs. That's where I'm spending most of my time. So I'm not paying out the ass for normal stuff. The other thing is that, like, particularly for the MLB broadcast, for the podcast, it's like whatever. But for the MLB broadcasts, like I do need to like adhere to standards. And not to say that paid sites don't have standards, but like, most of the places that people are looking are getting their stuff from Baseball Savant or Fangraphs or Baseball Reference. And so it being tied into that does ultimately help. I do not have any advice for a husband or girl dad trying to get the family into baseball. My kids are my daughter is 4. We just started T-ball this year. It has been a very mixed bag so far. She's not doing great with the team sports. Does great with the gymnastics and dance and stuff like that, but team sports has been a little bit of a mixed bag, although it's so cute seeing her with her little T-ball outfit. But she expressed interest. We did not force it. She's been playing in the front yard for like 2 years now. But the actual transition or conversion into T-ball success is still hit or miss. Last week was a good one, though. Thank you for people saying that I'm bringing joy or that I'm a good dad. Those are very nice things to say. Whether you're serious or not, I'm going to take them as being serious. That's nice. I'm only asking questions from the BID disc. I don't understand. I'm just seeing all the questions. Just answering ones that are questions, I think. I applied for the banana ball that when it's coming to the Yard Goat Stadium in Hartford. I applied to be in the lottery, but I did not win, which was expected, of course, but would have taken my daughter. BID Patreon. I know people are tired of hearing about how close it is. It is close. I was involved in another meeting today where that was discussed, and I'm super excited to start blogging and start doing some of the stuff that we talked about. Book club, blogging. It's going to be cool. I have not taken my kids to lake compounds yet, but that's coming at some point. I've never spent real time in the Adirondacks. Driven through, love driving through is great actually, but never done it. Who writes a good novel these days? I was just talking with my mother-in-law about how, I don't spend a lot of time reading current authors, like a lot of time. I am really on a heater with the New York Review books, that publishing series house, the classics. I like 18 of the last 20 books that I've read have been through them. I feel like their hit rate is extremely high. So I would pull up that website and start pulling stuff off of there that sounds interesting to you if you're looking to kind of jumpstart your reading. But I guess I could think about current authors that I like, but yeah. I went to a Yard Goats game last year. We will go again this year. Had a good time. I think we'll probably just take my daughter instead of both my daughter. My son's too rambunctious. No, not my wife and girlfriend in the White Mountains. Girlfriend who became wife. That would be aggressive. Slow year for the Baines meter, unfortunately. Wish we had more action there, but last year was such a robust year that kind of took the air out of this year a little bit. Oh, how nervous was I first getting on a mic? I would not want to listen to the first starting 9 episodes. I'm sure that's just awful stuff. Thankfully, we've had a bit of a runway here, so that's nice. But yeah, no, I was not a natural thing for me, and as for those of you who have been following since starting 9, me talking as much as I do now and have for the last few years was not how it started out. So just kind of an organic evolution of the podcast and something I'm appreciative of. And, I'm glad that people have enjoyed, not everybody obviously, but I think the majority of people have enjoyed. And obviously when I rejoined the podcast from an on-air perspective and Dr. Claw era was over, that was nice too, to kind of resume that role and be ready to cook. And I've been following all 30 teams for a long time now. Big Gettysburg guy. Can't say I'm a big Gettysburg guy. I've been a long time though. I mean, really, really long time when I was a teen. Yeah, Jared spelling Bryn Mawr would be tough. I seem like a Costco hot dog guy. The fuck? No, I don't. My parents have a Costco membership. I don't have one though. Never had one of their hot dogs. Let's see.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Sandy's great. That Sandy Alomar is just like a franchise legend now is fucking awesome. Is Craig Kimbrell a Hall of Famer? Not for me. Not if I had a vote. Twins are not going to make the playoffs. I know you said it was sarcasm, but we're catching up. We're almost there. We're only 7 minutes behind now. Yeah, reference has been good this year about updating. I would say all the sites in general have been much better about updating this year than they were last year. Last year was fucking brutal, man. I was like, because of what my schedule was, I was like constantly getting up at like fucking 4 o'clock in the morning, like trying to get as much of that done as possible. And there would be so many mornings, like 50% of mornings, where I would get up and like nothing would be updated. And I'd be like, this is fucking awful. I'm awake and I can't do anything. Like, and that just kicks all the work until later in the day. Like, you can't send stats that aren't updated. Like, I can tweet those because it's just my account, but like, you can't send those to people that are like paying for your product or like using them on broadcasts or tweeting them out on official stuff or whatever. Yeah, 2016 World Series was insane. I was at the Wrigley Field portion. Bittersweet, obviously, for lots of reasons. It's also the end of an era for baseball tonight in a lot of ways. So, passing through King of Prussia right now. Shout it out. Big ass mall.
Hello.
Yo.
Hold on 1 second.
Yep. Yeah, the Brian Wilson stuff was hilarious. I think about that. We talk about that every now and then, but that was some absolutely hysterical stuff. I remember laughing so hard in the control room or the control box, the closet.
I'm here. I just have the camera turned off because
Take your
Ace
time.
pissed all over the rug.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, no, I just remember laughing so hard at the three of them. That was gold, man. That was gold. Ahead of its time. That phrase is overused, but I do believe that is an example of that. The Costco hot dog comment was meant for somebody else. Okay, that's fine. That's better. Warm or cold lobster roll? What a question. Gosh. I don't know, man. Been to a lot of good lobster roll places in Connecticut and New England in general. I'm really so happy either way, if I'm being honest. I guess hot, but like I'm a simple I'm a simple guy. Like I prefer the butter only lobster roll as opposed to like the one that's like diced up all in the mayo. Like I love that. That's also great. But if I have to choose, I'd rather just have kind of like the raw lobster meat that's not done much to it. But we have done family vacation in Maine before and are actually doing it again this summer. And I'm like already salivating at the amount of lobster that I'm going to fucking take down when we're up there. And
I'm glad that you're a lobster guy, Jay.
Oh my God, dude. I can't just go and get the whole ones, fucking go to town. It also feels like it's such a good deal too. It's like, you're getting them fresh out of like right out of the ocean. So good. I can't wait.
We're going to Portland.
Yeah.
Soon, and there's this place called High Rollers, no free ads, that's unbelievable lobster rolls.
Yeah, I went to a place I went to Portland with my parents and Allie a couple of years ago on a little family weekend trip, and we went to a place called Eventide that was just delicious seafood. Gonna hope to get back there again this summer too.
I keep talking about it. I haven't done it, and I blame myself. It's definitely my fault. I would really, really love to interview Michael K.
Yeah, he's, I think Michael K's generally pretty good. And would have some interesting stuff to say. I think it would be fun. I think he'd vibe well too.
Yeah, I've been on his show. I've been on his show like 3 times. But like I think he knew going into it before the first one where I was like, I like fanboyed on him. I was like, yeah, like this has been on my baseball bucket list for a long time, being a guest on your show. And then at the end of it, he was like, I think he heard about it because I talked about it on the show. I don't think he listens, but someone probably like told him. And he's like, so why was it like such a big deal for you to come on the show? And I was like, because here in Boston, like the Patriots were king for 2 decades plus. And so like no disrespect to the radio hosts here, but all the stations were smart enough to be like, all right, like if football is king, then we're just going to hire a bunch of football guys that are football first. And like, none of them really care about baseball or watch baseball or want to talk baseball. Like when I grew up in the 90s, like I remember my dad used to take me around on my paper route and we would listen to EEI in the car and it was just all baseball all the time. And then it became football from like 2005 on. And I remember Felger, who's the king of media in Boston, he said, he was basically like, it's August. And if we talk Patriots, there's no games going on. If we talk Patriots, like the phone lines will light up. And if we do an hour of baseball, the phone lines will shut down. Like no one cares. Like we can't do an hour of baseball. It would be like malpractice. And I mean, I do the baseball hour with Maz at 6 to 7 the whole season, and the phone lines are lit up. Like people want to talk baseball, and Michael K talks baseball 24/7. Like that's the flagship sport that he talks about on his show, and it's New York City. Like they have all the sports, and they have multiple teams for each sport, and he does baseball all day, every day. And I was like, I just fucking love that you still talk baseball all the time.
It was probably a couple of months ago at this point, but I was recently marveling at the amount of talking that Michael K does on a day-to-day basis for decades. Like it's, you would think that somebody in his position would be like, all right, man, like I've been doing this, like I'm gonna love calling the Yankees game. I'm gonna pull back on my radio show. Like I'm not gonna yap on the radio anymore. And it's like, nah, I'm actually just I have so many sports takes as like a 70-year-old man that I've just like still got to get out there. It's pretty crazy. Joey Gundy, a couple of minutes ago, you said went there on your recommendation for the honeymoon. What is that in reference to? I sort of lost track of the conversation. I don't know whether that's something Jared said or whether I said, but I'd be curious. I'm curious now what that's in reference to.
What is it? What did Gundy say?
Joey Gundy said went there on your recommendation for the honeymoon.
Oh,
High Rollers. Got
yeah.
it.
Yeah, they came to so he's from the Minnesota area, and he came to Section 10 night last September, and that was like one of their stops on their honeymoon.
Got
They
it. Got
came to
it.
Boston, and then they must have hit Portland on the way too.
Wow. 2 Section 10 fans in Minnesota. Look at that.
Who would you rather get for free, Tatis or Bryce Harper to the Sox?
It's got to be Tatis, man. It's got to be Tatis.
Because of the age?
Yeah. What is Bryce Harper doing for the Red Sox?
Playing first base, giving the Red Sox a veteran leader, a face of the franchise that you can plug in. He's a star right now, whereas Tatis would be kind of a work in progress.
Right, but like, I know you were being a little bit flippant on the podcast, but like, you know, you were talking about like how the real target now is 2028, right?
So I've had some conversations in like the last week about the lockout where I'm more optimistic. Like I still think, like I said earlier, I think we're going to lose games, but like
Yeah,
I think
you
what
did
it's
say
going to
that,
be
yeah.
is like we're going to be fucked for April and May, and then in June I think it'll come back. Like after like once like the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup get wrapped up, the anger from the fans is going to increase times like 1,000. So that's when it'll probably get figured out. Is like, what are we doing here? Like, there's just no sports. Like,
I just like the element of the question where they said for free, you know, like cost aside, is what makes that question easy for me because of the age. I do think there's an element of if we're having like a real life conversation where you have to pay for the contract or whatever, like what is Fernando Tatis? Like, is that a contract that you want to be a part of at this point? Like, I know you've salivated over him for a long time, but like what does that actually look like now? Is that, do you want to be in the Fernando Tatis business? I think that's a fair question. But if you're just getting the player for free, then I think Tatis has to be the answer.
yeah, I mean, like for me, it's like Tatis because of the age.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, it depends on where the Red Sox are at. Like if they're in win now, then I would go Harper, like, and just deal with the back end of the contract.
Yeah, it's just tough to see how they're in win now, right?
I mean, they made the playoffs last year. I don't think that they have like they just need to fix the offense. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Get Roman healthy, add Bryce Harper, and like see what the fuck happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're not like obviously a trash team. It's just
no, the pitching's great, the defense is great. They don't have a middle of the order bat. I don't know that Tatis is that right this second. Bryce Harper is, and I think they have a lot of young players. Like this is coming from like inside the room. Like they have a lot of young players that don't know how to be big leaguers because they don't have big leaguers there to teach them how to be big leaguers. And now, after the firings, they don't have coaches that were successful big leaguers that can teach them how to be big leaguers. Like some of the coaches are younger than the veteran players.
Yeah.
So like if 27 is on the table, I think Bryce Harper makes the Red Sox better right now than Tatis does. Because like Tatis has Manny Machado, like Manny Machado is to Tatis as Bogarts was to Devers.
Mm-hmm.
And when Devers didn't have Bogarts anymore, he was a different kind of guy. Still performed, but like he was a different guy. And I wonder what Tatis would be if he was looked at as like the guy. Like he's never had to be the guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I won't say that nobody ever wants to talk about it, but you know, we're getting like, forget like that he's not performing particularly well this year. Like we're so far removed from Fernando Tatis's like pre-PED suspension and injury stuff that it's like he has 2,000 plate appearances from 23 to 26, where his OPS is 786 and his OPS plus is 118. It's just like, and again, like a very, very good player. I know he was like a 5-6 win player last year. So I'm not saying that Fernando Tatis sucks or anything like that. It's just like the offensive engine that he was is a half decade behind us in the rearview mirror now.
Yeah.
A half decade. He was 22 years old.
The 40-something homer season?
Yeah, the 42 homer, 25 stolen base, 975 OPS season.
Yeah. And we're not talking about like, oh, his swing mechanics or he had an injury. It's like, well, he got popped for PEDs and hasn't been the same since.
Yeah, and I know he's dealt with injuries, but that's part of the equation too. Like he can be a very, very good player. I mean, he's got to hit better than he's hit so far this season. But like, you know, if he's just kind of like what he was last year or what he was across, 24, 25, that's a very good player. But like, that's just not what he was before. And I still feel myself kind of like with this lingering expectation that Fernando Tatis is at any point going to just click back into maybe not quite that level, maybe not 42 homers, but like, a 900 OPS type of player. And I think I personally need to, maybe I'm late on letting that go, but I need to let that go.
Yeah. He's how old now? 28?
He's in his age 27 season.
Okay. IKF had some interesting comments after the game tonight that I kind of want to listen to.
Go ahead.
He got asked why the team has been good on the road and bad at home. And he suggested that the team is close-knit on the road, but has struggled to avoid, quote, distractions of larger groups outside people at Fenway. What does that mean? Well, here's the audio.
Everybody in here is sick of it. We got to find a way to be better. Why do you think it is? Why do you think there's such a discrepancy between the road record and home? I just feel like on the road we're a very close-knit team. We come home and there's just a lot of people. It's different. It's just a different vibe at home, and we got to figure out a way to make it small like how it is on the road. I just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know, or I just don't know that are around this area. And when we're on the road, it's just a close-knit group, and we're becoming a really close team. We got to find a way to bring that back home.
What does that mean?
That is like kind of phrased weird, because I sort of assumed we were going to get something about like how kind of everybody goes their own separate way and people are with their families or whatever when they're back home, as opposed to being on the road where we're kind of forced to be kind of more together. But that isn't really what he was saying. He said there's like people around that he doesn't know or they don't know. Like, what does that mean?
I don't know what he could possibly be referring to. And now I'm like looking at the comments to the clip, and everyone is like, what does that mean? Like, so I'm glad that I'm not stupid. Like, who could possibly be around at home that isn't there on the road that has access to the team that is distracting? That was IKF.
Is it representatives of ownership? Like maybe not literally John Henry. I don't know the dynamic, but like, are there like John Henry relatives or underlings that like linger around that are like,
yeah, But like John Henry does too at home. He's there more often than you would think.
No. But that's the point, right? Those people are not there on the road.
Sure. But
I'm not saying that's the answer.
Like uncommon to have like the owner, like John Henry's not in the clubhouse or anything. Like he'll be up in his box.
No, but I'm saying is IKF suggesting that there are John Henry hanger-ons that maybe are like related to ownership or like buddies with ownership or something like that who are around at home. They're like, I don't fucking know who these people are. Like, why the fuck do I give a fuck who like John Henry's nephew is? Or I'm just making this up, but it's like, I don't know. That's like
could it not be like Driveline or like?
Sure, maybe. I don't know that somebody just said that in the chat. I don't know what the exact relationship is there, but
yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's Tyler.
Could be T. I would love if, someone asked them to expand on that, but now it's going to be like tomorrow or the next day, and he's going to have time to like prepare an answer that maybe isn't as, it's just probably more prepared than if he were asked on the spot to elaborate. Because I'm sure that quote's going to make the rounds, and then someone the Red Sox are so PR conscious that they would be like, hey, like whatever you're talking about, like don't make this a distraction. Just downplay it if you get asked again. I don't know. Odd quote.
Mm-hmm.
I like IKF though. I mean, from everything that I've heard, great clubhouse leader / glue guy. Very well liked everywhere he's been. So it sounds like there's something he wants to say that he was tiptoeing around. When I saw like the original like written quote, I thought he was like referring to like, yeah, like when we're home, like guys are like going out and not focused on baseball as much as if we're on the road.
Right.
But it didn't come off that way in the actual verbal quote. The young guys go out in the clubs. I don't think that like we don't have much of a club team. Like I think that is that's been something that I've heard for like a few years is like that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like when the guys go out for beers after, like that's how you build team camaraderie and chemistry is like after the game, you guys all go out for beers and like the young guys just go home and play Xbox until 3 a.m. and then go to bed. I don't know. Interesting quote. What if he's referring to the fired coaching staff? Maybe guys are in contact with them still. I mean, they can be in contact on the road. I'm sure that is a thing, though. I'm sure that the fired coaches are still very much paying attention, and the players that confided in them or sought help from them are still doing that. Maybe. How about a little Mets Mariners action, huh? The looming presence of ownership breathing down their necks. I mean, they're always there. And like John Henry is not like a menacing presence. He just kind of like hovers when he is there. Dallas is going to be juiced tomorrow. The A's win big. I know I saw Kurtz hit a home run.
It's good. We want Dallas to be in a good mood.
Yeah, happy Dallas is a happy pod.
Yeah, they won 2-1.
Good for them, man.
Yep. Plus, it was his boy Gage Jump. Remember tonight, so
Yeah. Is Julio like only hitting home runs? Like I looked up, like I saw he like led the month of May in homers, and then I was like expecting him to have like incredible numbers on the season, and it's a 772 OPS.
Yeah, I mean, to your point about only hitting homers, he's really not getting on base at any sort of remarkable clip, even over the home run stretch. Like his, so he's got, let's see, in the month of May, to your point, well, including the first game of June, he has 10 homers in 29 games, but only has a 299 on base percentage over that stretch. So six
like
walks.
the overall season numbers are like okay, like he's doing pretty good, I guess. And then like I isolated it to May and sorted it by OPS, and I thought that he would be like at least top 5 in the league in OPS, and he wasn't that either.
Yeah, that was, you know, I didn't really want to get into it, but like I in some senses, like Dallas was right the other night where he was like, you know, Julio's doing everything he can because, you know, he's gotten off to such poor starts in the past that, you know, in a sense, yes, that's true. He's really delivering, but like, you know, and you know, you're the amount of stock that you want to put into, you know, defensive metrics over a third of one season may vary, but like he ranks in the 12th percentile and outs above average this year after being, you know, somewhere in the 80s or 90s in every other season of his career. So like that's also factoring into like his value proposition. If he's not that guy, like that's impacting his wins above replacement as well. So like, yeah, the Julio full on breakout, in a sense, we're still waiting for. Like last year, it's like an unfair thing to say because he's produced like multiple 5-6 win seasons. Like he's been nothing short of an all-star level player through each of his first 4 seasons at the very least, and a down ballot MVP guy. But it does feel like there's still a level to Julio Rodriguez that we haven't quite gotten to yet. Like I remember when he was coming up through the minor leagues and when he first debuted in the majors, like, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like 40 home runs was the conversation with Julio Rodriguez. Like that's his ceiling, is like 40, 45 home runs. That's the kind of guy he can be, playing center field, playing outfield. Like, and 32 is the career high to this point, which again, he was 30-30 last year. He's 30-30 in 2023. So we're nitpicking, but you know, yeah, career 797 OPS. There will come a point though where, and maybe it's starting right now this season, where his defense isn't all world. And so the offense is presumably going to need to take another level for him to remain a star player, because you cannot subsist as a star player with a on base percentage in the 320s or below, unless you are providing elite power and or all world level defense. And that's what he has done to, you know, more of the latter than the former, but that's what he's done to this point. And I'm interested to see again whether there's that next offensive step.
Take the money out of it, because obviously you get a $400 million contract. That's pretty good. But whose skill set would you rather have, Julio Rodriguez or Byron Buxton?
Like if I could have one of their careers and have it play out perfectly, is that kind of the conversation, or like,
Yeah,
or who they are right now?
Take money and injuries out of it. If you could play out the career of one player and
Oh man.
just based on skill set.
I mean, I don't think I'm romanticizing when I say that I think I'm taking Byron Buxton.
Yeah.
I think the fully idealized version of Buxton at his athletic peak was a superior overall proposition than what Julio brings. Because, like, I think my off the cuff answer is that Buxton's defense at his peak was better than Julio Rodriguez's defense is currently, or was last year, or whatever. Like, Buxton was just a more spectacular, impactful defensive player. And so if you unlock the best version of him offensively, it feels like that's like the best player. So, like, not to like make this a whole thing, but like, other than like the season that Byron Buxton put up last year is better offensively than any season Julio has put up other than his rookie campaign. And Buxton was 31 years old. I don't know. Like, there was a period of time where Byron Buxton felt like he could win a fucking MVP award if he just stayed on the fucking field. And I don't necessarily feel that way about Julio Rodriguez right now.
Buxton's 3 best seasons: 4.9 WAR, 4.9 WAR, 5 WAR. Julio 6.6, 6.2, 5.5.
Well, I mean, there's no question that Julio's been the more productive player. He's been on the field, right? Like, but we're playing out the idealized versions of these guys, and I don't know. I feel like Buxton was just kind of more electric. Maybe I'm just romanticizing the older guy, but
yeah, because the first 4.9 WAR season for Buxton was in 61 games in 2021.
Right.
So that's like a what could have been kind of situation.
And in 2017, he produced a 5-win season by Baseball Reference while posting a 728 OPS. That's kind of like what I'm getting at with the defense. Is it was basically carrying his value.
Someone in the chat asked about the IKF quotes. We determined that we're just as confused as you guys are. Yeah, McDougal in the chat, so they both play in terrible ballparks to hit too.
Yep.
Question for Jay. Hey, who are your top 5 broadcaster duos of all time? I mean, the Mets broadcast is mint number 1.
Yeah, current. I mean, I'm hopelessly biased as it relates to this, but I like the Cubs broadcast. I like the Mets broadcast. Obviously, I like listening to DB. I have as a child of MVP baseball,
John Miller.
That as a child of Sunday Night Baseball, I have a soft spot for John Miller. As a child of MVP baseball, I have a soft spot for Kipe and Kruk, which, like, I mean, I could listen to those guys and they could, like, that could be the sound I go to sleep to. Like, I played so much MVP baseball in college that those guys, they feel like they're taking me back to a different world. And so, yeah, I still love that. Still love that broadcast. I like Benetti.
Yep.
In terms of present day guys.
How did they let him get away?
Yep. I don't know, man.
That felt like a mistake in real time.
It did. He did not, in the interviews that I remember reading from Benetti, it did not seem like he wanted to leave.
No.
That was his dream job, and that they went in a different direction and the Tigers were interested and all that sort of stuff. And obviously he's now in a great spot with all the gigs that he does. But
I'm getting more context right now on the IKF quote.
I mean, so while you get more context, somebody say, could you say Julio, Acuna, and Tatis are all nasty but haven't fully been what they're supposed to be? I mean, I think the best season that like Acuna's MVP season is absolutely the fully realized version of Ronald Acuna. Like we can't reasonably expect a more spectacular season than that. Tatis is a little bit more complicated because of what we said, like pre and post suspension, like pre-suspension, like that's the fully realized version. 42, like an NL leading 42 homers, and out of him, it feels like that's the fully realized version of Fernando Tatis. I think Julio is the only guy that I feel like, at least offensively, hasn't given us that one season where it was like, oh, this is everything. Like Julio Rodriguez's best season by OPS is like 100+ points lower than Fernando Tatis's best season. So I know there might be reasons why that is, but he has not been on the level of those other guys offensively at their peaks. It's not even close.
No. I asked this person, I said, what does IKF mean? And this person said, in my opinion, analysts, assistant GM, director of pitching, assistant director of pitching, there's just a lot of people that are around.
Okay. Have either of us played out of the park baseball? Definitely a combo that's happened. So might be thoughts coming on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pedroia's Hall of Fame conversation is an interesting one. We've done this exercise before. I mean, I think I put him on my most recent BID Hall of Fame ballot. I'm not like gonna, go pick it on behalf of Dustin Pedroia's Hall of Fame candidacy, but I do think he has a pretty interesting one historically among second basemen, weighing what he did up until the point where he was physically no longer able to. Certainly weaker second basemen are already in the Hall of Fame, but I think he's got an interesting case. Too many cooks.
Yeah, Petey should be in the Hall of Fame.
I have no idea how to answer whether Tatis is going to the Hall of Fame. Who we'll see. We'll see. Who knows what people will feel about the PED suspension from his 4th year in the league by that time.
Pedroia talked about the Hall of Fame, kind of how, like his own personal case, how I feel about other people's cases, where he more or less said, like, all right, so I got injured and I didn't play out like the last 3 to 4 years of my career, but like that's not what makes you a Hall of Famer. Like it's the peak seasons, and those were Hall of Fame seasons. So it's like if I play 4 more years and I'm like a league average player, my Hall of Famer, it's like I'm a Hall of Famer because what I did at my peak, and my peak was over. And I feel that way about a lot of guys, like specifically Johan Santana. Like I'll die on that hill.
Yeah, I think Johan makes it a little bit easier than Pedroia does because Johan's, at least for me, because Johan's peak was so high.
He should have had 3 Cy Youngs.
Yeah, like he was, Johan Santana was the best pitcher in baseball for, like a half decade stretch. That to me is kind of an easier thing to wrap my head around than, Dustin Pedroia being, the first or second best second baseman, through his age 32 season, but then, falling off after that. Like I'm just playing devil's advocate a little bit. Like I said, I voted for him the last time we did this exercise. I agree mostly with the essence of his point, where it's like it is determined by peak value. That's the more important thing. That's definitely the more important thing than longevity, in my opinion. But second base is kind of it's a weird spot historically in the Hall of Fame, and it's also kind of been a weird spot in like modern Hall of Fame history because like think about the greatest second baseman of our lifetimes, right? Who are those people off the cuff? Who do you think of when you think of the greatest second baseman of our lifetimes?
The greatest second baseman?
Yeah. So Pedroia, he doesn't have to
Chase
be the
Utley?
number one person, but
Chase
what's that?
Utley?
Chase Utley. Yep. Dustin Pedroia, Chase Utley. Who else?
Robinson Cano?
Robinson Cano. Anybody else you want to throw on there? I'm not, it's not a leading question. I'm just,
Alomar?
yeah. So Alomar's in the Hall of Fame, right? I would say he's like the front end of
Altuve,
of what I
I
would
guess.
consider our lifetime. What'd you say?
Altuve?
Altuve. Yep. Definitely. Now step back for a second. How complicated are some of those cases? Like Cano is an obvious no, but he was probably the best fucking player of that group. Like just statistically, straight up, Robinson Cano was probably the best of the players that you just named.
Yep.
And is going nowhere near the Hall of Fame. Jose Altuve is probably going into the Hall of Fame. Not an uncomplicated case. And it's not like these guys are Joe Morgan where they're racking up like 80, 90 wins above replacement. They're all kind of like, they feel right on that edge to some degree. Chase Utley is like in a lot of ways a similar Dustin Pedroia case where it is really, really driven by peak value. And Chase's biggest, Chase was not a regular player until his age 26 season. Like that's the biggest issue for Chase Utley is that he really did not start accumulating a Hall of Fame case until he was 26 years old in the major leagues. And then he basically was immediately a Hall of Fame caliber player. But because when you start at age 26, your peak is generally, and the fact that he was like a really, really useful player deep into his 30s, I think is a credit to him and really pushes his Hall of Fame case to me into borderline no-brainer territory.
Yeah.
But like Altuve, Chase.
Well, the other thing too is that like Pedroia's career was done by 35.
Yep.
And Chase was done being like a good player by 35. He just played more seasons. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, he was, doesn't feel like one of those that was probably deserving, but he was an all-star at age 35. Chase Utley was. Ian Kinsler is another guy who, if you want to go just like if you're going to put Dustin Pedroia in the Hall of Fame, you kind of have to look at Ian Kinsler. I think Pedroia's got a better case, but the stats would say they're pretty damn similar. Willie Randolph, going back to like kind of pre you and me, Willie Randolph has a very compelling Hall of Fame case, not given a lot of credit as a candidate. Lou Whitaker, obviously fairly famous at this point for the lack of Hall of Fame love that he's given. I mean, Lou Whitaker was a second baseman. He has 75 wins above replacement, 75, and is not in the Hall of Fame. It's really been a disrespected position, Hall of Fame. Bobby Grich is like a pet candidate for a lot of sabermetricians and statistically oriented people for the Hall of Fame. 71 wins above replacement, not in the Hall of Fame as a primary second baseman. So it's a pretty fascinating. You dig into the voting history of second base in the Hall of Fame, and it's really kind of fucking pretty interesting. I think it's interesting. Maybe it's not. And like now I'm just doing a thing, but like I do find it very fascinating with second base, and this exists to some level on all positions, but I feel like it's particularly intense at second base. It's weird who has been determined to be a slam dunk. You're definitely going into the Hall of Fame as a second baseman, and who has been made to like languish in this. You're not going to get into the Hall of Fame. Like why? Like I loved Roberto Alomar as a player. And I loved the impact that he had on like Cleveland could not fill that second base situation for like, it's felt like my entire life until they traded for Roberto Alomar and got him in-house. And he was, almost fucking won the MVP. Roberto Alomar has 67 wins above replacement and it's not like he's got 2 MVP awards where you're pointing to it and be like, well, that's what it is. Obviously he made a lot of consecutive All-Star games and won a lot of Gold Gloves. But like, why is Roberto Alomar a like slam dunk? Like you're getting into the Hall of Fame on your second. I mean, he got in on his second try with 90%. Why is Craig Biggio a slam dunk Hall of Famer? And like Willie Randolph and Bobby Grich and Lou Whitaker are not. I don't know. Just kind of a weird position. Sorry.
Oh, man.
Is Prince in the Hall of Fame or Ryan Howard? Those guys are
No.
never getting anywhere near the Hall of Fame.
No.
Those are fewer than 5% guys. That's where they're at. Pedroia and Lincecum should not be in the Hall of Fame. No fucking way.
Do you know how many wins Tim Lincecum has?
Like wins?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I'll say he has 75 wins.
I think he has like 110. Let's see. Tim Lincecum in his career, 110 and 89. 110 and 89. War Games Prince Fielder.
29.
I was going to say 31. I mean, he obviously played no defense. 23.6.
Yeah. Yeah, that the end came fast for Prince.
Yeah, that one was sad. Someone, I think it was like
most durable player in the game to like done.
There was a Rangers reporter that wrote like a whole feature about him after he retired, and it was super sad. It was like the Rangers beat guy.
Wait, wrote a thing about
Fielder after he
gotcha.
retired.
Gotcha.
It's almost that time of the year. How's my food? It was great. MLB Draft Combine.
Are you going again?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Good for you.
Yep. It's one of my favorite events every year. It's let's see. The 23rd. So 3 weeks from today, I'll be in Arizona covering the MLB Draft Combine. And it's cool getting to do it every year. It's a little weird because like I don't like I know them, like I know all the MLB Network people, but it's like you fly in alone, you go to the hotel alone, you show up to the park alone, you see people that you know, but then you go back to the hotel alone and then you fly home. Like it's a very like weird trip. Like I'm used to like being with all my guys. It's fun though. Like looking back, seeing all the guys that, you know, we got to sit down with and where they're at now in Major League Baseball is crazy. It makes me feel old. I've only been doing it for like, this is my 4th year. But like you've got fucking batting champs and fucking all-stars. Awesome. Mm-hmm.
They grow up so fast.
They do. I hope Max Clark pans out.
Excuse me.
Yeah, the Pool Boys, class of 26. Yeah, it is funny like sitting down with them and they're like legit 18 years old and just like looking into their eyes and being like 15 years from now, like, am I gonna like look back on this and be like, yeah, I talked to him when he was a kid and now he's got like fucking 3 Cy Youngs or an MVP or 2 and Would Aaron Judge be the only Yankee to be in the Yankees Hall of Fame or go into the Hall as a Yankee who never won a ring? Don Mattingly didn't win a ring, but he's not in Cooperstown, but he's definitely a Yankee Hall of Famer. I mean, Don Mattingly should be in the Hall of Fame. But yeah, outside of that, that's got to be it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not super passionate about Don Mattingly's Hall of Fame case, but
did Mike Mussina get one before he retired? Did he retire in 08?
Did he get what?
A ring?
He retired in 08. He did not get a ring.
And then he got there in 2001?
01.
So he was just their entire drought.
Yep. Yeah, it's particularly brutal because obviously he was with the Orioles before that. And, you know, I certainly remember, I mean, the Yankees offered him an enormous amount of money and that's why he jumped. But like, I would have to imagine that part of his motivation was like going to join the winning side in the AL East. And like, you know, basically as soon as he got there. Yeah, it's just the whole drought.
He was great. I mean,
oh yeah, Mike Mussina was great.
I loved watching him pitch. I loved when he faced the Red Sox because Manny owned him, but he was just so old school. Like he was in his age 39 season, he threw 200 innings.
I mean,
he could have just kept going.
Think about being Mike Mussina, where you debut on the Hall of Fame ballot and you get 20%. He had to be like, "Are you fucking shitting me?" Yeah. Like, I know he eventually got in. And it's like, whatever, it's all good, I guess. But like, dude, talk about being under fucking appreciated. It took 6 times on the ballot for him to fucking get in the Hall of Fame. Like, what are we fucking doing?
18 seasons and career WAR over 80. They're like, well, he didn't win a Cy Young. It's like, how many times did he finish top 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times in the top 5 and then 2 6th place finishes.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at it, I would have guessed that he played more seasons in New York than Baltimore, but that's not true.
No, I mean, given when you were born, frankly, given when I was born, I think that's an okay thing to have like kind of thought. But
yeah.
Like
I saw him pitch for the Orioles in Baltimore.
I mean, talk about like, you know, signing a pitcher starting in his age 32 season is probably not one of those things that would have been recommended now or then. Certainly not now.
Without looking, Jay Hay.
Yeah.
What hat is Mike Mussina wearing in his Hall of Fame plaque?
That's a good question. I don't really remember.
There's a reason why you don't remember.
Yeah. Did he go neutral? Did he go no hat?
It's a side profile.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What a little snake.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yep. It's a side profile. Nothing on the hat. He made the decision because he almost evenly split his illustrious career between 2 organizations and did not feel right picking one over the other. Yep. Let's see. How did he... Okay, yeah, 47.7 WAR in Baltimore, 35.1 in New York. And then, yeah, he didn't win 20 games in a season until he was 39 years old. In his last season, he went 20-9. I believe he got the 20th win in his last start, too. Is Mookie going in as a Dodger? Yeah. There's nothing that's going to stop that train. Is there somewhere that like sorts like how many rings players have?
I don't think so. I mean, probably somewhere now that I'm thinking about it, but
Let's see. Yogi Berra's got 10. Joe DiMaggio had 9. Bill Dickey had 8. Phil Rizzuto had 8. Lou Gehrig had 8. Mickey Mantle had 7. Babe Ruth had 7. Where's Mookie? Jeter had 5. Reggie Jackson had 5. El Duque had 4. Mike Timlin's got 4. Bernie Williams has 4. Yeah, Mookie's got 4. Chuck Knobloch has 4. Sandy Koufax got 4. Darryl Strawberry has 4. Vida Blue's got 3. Joe Girardi has 3. Kike's got 3. Yeah, I don't think anyone's touching Yogi.
no, I don't. The game's not built like that, unfortunately. Well,
No.
probably fortunately, but yeah, no. Nope.
I didn't realize that Joe D had 9.
Yeah. The Yankees were doing a lot of winning back then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
kind of a rigged game in a way, but yeah, they were
Mm-hmm.
a lot of winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, what do you think is reasonable? Like, Mookie's going to catch Jeter with 5. How many do you think he retires with? 6?
Wait, Mookie's got 3 now? Right?
4. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Back-to-back COVID Red Sox.
Yeah. Yeah. So you would think he'll get to 5.
Posada's got 5. I feel like Pettit has 4 because I think he went. No, Pettit's got 5. Yeah, because Pettit came back after he went to Houston, right? Yeah. Pettit was there in 09? Yeah. Pettit left, went to Houston. Probably should have got one in Houston. Like, those Houston teams are pretty good. Who was pitching for them back then? It was fucking like Roy Oswalt and like Brad Radke.
The
05 Astros when they made it to the NLCS. Or no, it was 04 that they made it to the NLCS.
well, they lost the World Series to the White Sox in 05.
They lost the World Series in 05. 04.
So
04,
sorry, you're
they-
asking about 04 specifically?
I'm asking about Pettit's teams in Houston, I guess. So there was one year that they beat the Braves in the division series, I want to say, and there was a game that went like fucking 14 innings maybe.
So it was they beat the Braves in the
Yeah, what year did they beat the Braves in the division series? With like a long extra inning game in there.
Let's see. Yeah, they had an 11 inning game. They beat the Braves in the NLDS in 2004.
Yeah.
Oswalt, Brandon
That's wild that that's
Backey,
04.
Clemens. Oswalt.
Yeah.
I
That's
know you already said.
bringing back weird memories for me because obviously I remember '04 for all the Red Sox experiences, but one of
Yeah.
my best friends growing up was a diehard Braves fan, like loved Tom Glavine, like obsessed with Tom Glavine. And I remember being at his house for that 11 inning game, and he like fucking smashed a chair because they lost that game. I would not have placed that in '04. It just doesn't fit the positive vibes that '04 was for me.
That were emanating out of your life.
Yeah, he had a like, you know, like those like college dorm desks that are like
Mhm.
wooden chairs.
Yeah.
He had one of those in his bedroom, and when they lost that game, he destroyed a wooden chair that was like his desk chair next to his bed.
Oh, wait. So I misspoke. It's 05. It's 05
Okay.
because they played him in the division series in consecutive years, and they had extra inning games in both years. But this,
Yeah.
the 18 inning game was game 4 of the 2005 DS that clinched the series for the Astros. They won the series 3-1. Thanks. To
That
the
makes
win.
sense. That
Yeah.
would make sense why he was mad. Yeah, that mad.
Yeah. Pettit, Clemens, Oswalt, Clemens were the starters for the Astros.
Did Clemens go like 8 innings in that?
In the final one, or sorry, game 4, he's in game 4, he went 3 innings in relief. He was the last pitcher in, so he would have pitched obviously 16, 17, and 18. Brandon Backey started the game. Clemens' actual start that series. Let's see what he did. He only went, actually, his start that series was bad. He went 5 innings, gave up 5 runs in game 2 of the series. John Smoltz won that duel, 7 innings, 1 run. Braves took game 2. That was the only game they won the series, 7-1.
So 05 Clemens would have been the year that he had the sub 2.
Yes.
The year, so he was there. How many years was he in Houston? Because there was one year that he won the Cy Young, but the year that he had a sub 2 was not the year that he won the Cy Young.
He was there 3 seasons.
Yep.
And he won the Cy Young. The first he won in 04 was his Cy Young year, where he had a 2.98 ERA.
Yep.
Won the Cy Young. Came back the next year and had a 1.87 ERA.
Yep.
In basically the same number of starts and innings pitched, but finished 3rd in the Cy Young. Doesn't make sense.
No.
The advanced metrics also preferred his second season. The only real difference is, of course, you probably guessed it, 18-4 was his record in 04, and 13-8 was his record. Guy went 13-8 in 32 starts. How do you get 13 wins out of 32 starts of a 1.87 ERA? That's fucking crazy.
Especially for a team that went to the World Series.
Yeah, that like wasn't ass.
Yeah. And then 06 was his final year because 07 was the Susan Waldman year. Out of all the interviews that Roger Clemens has ever done, why I've never heard anyone ask him, do you regret not picking the Red Sox in 07? Like, that's such a swept under the rug storyline because of George Steinbrenner's box and like his dramatic return to the Yankees. But he was choosing between the Red Sox and the Yankees.
Yeah.
And if he had chosen the Red Sox, he would have gone out with a ring with Boston.
Yeah.
Like, that changes everything. I mean, maybe he doesn't get into Cooperstown still, but like for his legacy, like finishing where he started and winning a World Series with the Red Sox, like that's. Maybe they don't win if he comes back. Who knows? But
do you feel like what do you think is more valuable? A Red Sox win, World Series win with the 04 team, or having Susan Waldman scream about being in George's box? Like, what's more memorable, really?
Definitely George Steinbrenner's box.
Yeah.
But that 04 season, like being down, or first of all, having it be 86 years since you won a World Series is one thing. Having 03 end the way that it did, and then getting the Yankees again, coming back from 03 to beat the Yankees, I thought for sure, because that NLCS went 7 games between St. Louis and Houston. So the whole time, because the Red Sox clinched, I think game 7 for the NLCS was the next night after the Red Sox won. I was like, Houston's going to win, and they're going to, like, not only are they going to go through the Yankees to fucking reverse the curse, they're going to take down Clemens in the World Series too. Yeah. I thought that's what was written in the stars, was if they're really going to reverse the curse, you're going to fucking go through the Yankees and then Roger Clemens in the World Series. That would have been perfect.
Instead, it was just fucking steamrolling the shit out of the Cardinals.
But there was still poetic justice because the Cardinals beat the Red Sox in 7 in 67, and they beat the Red Sox in the World Series in 1946, also in 7 games. And then they did it again in 13. Yeah. Yeah, I was still pissed about that 46 World Series, man.
Yeah, for sure. I get it. Well, and then you got to exact some more revenge in 13, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was I can't remember what the stat was, but it was like the first time in a long time that the team with the most wins in the American League played the teams with the most wins in the National League in the World Series.
You're saying 04.
13.
Oh, 13.
Yeah. Yeah, Red Sox were a wild card team in 04.
That's right. I just remember I was fortunate enough to go to the 13 World Series in both locations, and I just remember it was like, it really just, in my mind, it was just like, you literally could not get Poppy out.
He hit 688.
Yeah, it just was not possible. He's like, I just remember researching all the stats and being like, well, there really is no precedent. It's like him and like Lou Gehrig, or like him and like Babe Ruth, for the only people who like doing what he did in the World Series.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Without
awesome.
looking, I know he hit 688 in that World Series. I want to say his OPS was like a year. It was like 1976.
Oh, in just the World Series? Yeah,
Mhm.
I think it, dude, I want to say in the postseason overall, his OPS was something out fucking outrageous that season.
For his career, for his career, it's probably in like the 900s.
Yeah, so it was 1200. Yeah, for his career, it's 947.
Yeah.
For the entire postseason in 2013, in 16 games, he had a 1206 OPS.
Mm-hmm.
And in the World Series specifically,
1948,
688, 760, 1188 triple slash in 25 plate appearances. He was 11 for 16.
And that
8 walks to 1 strikeout.
that 688 batting average and 1948 OPS, Carlos Beltran robbed him of a home run at Fenway in that World Series.
Could have been better.
Like literally, like I think it took him out of the game. Like he jumped over the wall and his rib cage landed on the fucking the bullpen wall, and he robbed him of a home run. So it could have been worse.
Think about what it would feel like to walk 8 times and strike out only 1 time in 6 World Series games. Like the level of just sheer dominance that you are demonstrating. Like the hits are one thing, but it's like he walked 8 times to 1 strikeout. Like 8 walks to 8 strikeouts would be fucking amazing.
So
struck out 1 time.
That World Series, I want to say it was Adam Wainwright that, like, this is all stuff that gets lost in time, but Wainwright, they like asked him, I think like he faced them the first time and he took him to the woodshed, and then like he had another start against the Red Sox, and he was like, so you gonna pitch around Poppy? He's like, nope. Like they straight up asked him if he was gonna pitch around him, and he was like, nah, I have too much pride. Like I'm gonna try to beat him. And it's like, well, good luck, dude.
Whoops.
Yeah. Yep. Like I remember it was like, what are you going to do with Napoli? Because like Napoli in the ALCS, he had there was like a 1-0 game. I think it was Lackey versus Verlander in Detroit. And it was 1-0. And it was because Napoli hit one a dead center in the fucking trees. And it's like, you're sitting that guy. It's like, well, yeah, like we have David Ortiz. So yeah. Would have been great if Nap got behind the plate for a couple of games in St. Louis. I think they talked about that. Or at least, like, I don't know if the team discussed it, but like that was like a topic on sports radio. It was like, how do you not have Napoli's bat in the lineup? Like, why don't you just have him catch? Like, he's capable. I could be wrong, but I believe that home run that Manny hit off of K-Rod with like the hands up, I want to say Napoli was the catcher for that.
So you're saying he was playing the long game? Like he was just waiting to get to Boston?
Yeah, he was like, I'm tired of losing to these fucking guys. I'm going to go win a World Series with them. Yeah. Good times, good times.
What do we got left here on this slate?
We got Mariners, Mets are 4-2 in the 5th. We got Dodgers 4-2 over the D-backs in the 5th. Are there only 3 games left on right now? I don't know what top right is. It's on commercial.
Excuse me. Rockies, Angels.
Yeah, the Rockies are beating the shit out of the Angels right now.
I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Use that bathroom, pal.
Thank you so much.
Breslow has a 54.05 ERA in World Series games. I believe that. IKF talking about Craig being the distraction at home. It's all those people. It's all the khaki guys. The khaki crew. The perm, shout him out. Mike Burke. Mike Burke's an OG, man. Like he's pre-Barstool. Like Mike Burke goes back to like the Sock Space days. That always blows my mind when people are like, I've been following you since Sock Space. That feels like another life to me. Sox. Why'd I name my dog after White Sox Dave's dog? I didn't know that until after. We got the dog, or like Clayton's a BID listener. He had the puppies, and then he was sending us videos of the puppies, and Ace had a blue collar on, and the girls wanted to name him Blue. And I was like, back in my day, there was a children's show called Blue's Clues, and I was like, we're not calling the dog Blue. Like, it's just not going to be a thing. So then I wanted to name the dog Benny because if you remember the rock, paper, scissors thing, I lost to Andrew Benintendi, and the bet was that I had to name my dog Benny if I ever got one. So I wanted to name the dog Benny, and they didn't like Benny. So I said, bring me back a list of approved names and I will pick from the list. And Ace was on the list, and I was like, they don't understand the baseball connotation. I was like, I like Ace. I can't remember any of the other names that were on the list, but I was like, I like Ace. And so Ace it was. My dad got me this shirt for Christmas. God only knows where he got it. Favorite type of spider? I don't know that I have a favorite type. I'm not a big afraid of spiders or bugs guy. Usually, so like my old house didn't have any fucking screens in it. So like if I ever saw a bug in my house, I would like put it outside. Like I don't kill bugs. Never heard of Ironmass. There's so many like towns in Massachusetts that I've never even heard of. If you could only watch one horror movie for the rest of your life, what are you picking? Real JA. Probably one of the Halloweens. I know it's probably like sacrilegious to not pick the original, but I don't think I would. I kind of like the 2018 one. It's pronounced Air. No, I've never heard of it. Yeah. There's so many good ones. That's like pretty much all I watch. I don't really watch any other movies besides horror movies. On Sunday, your sister asked me if I was a Patreon member. Yeah. People know that now that like my sister runs like the merch table, that her like when I do her accent on the podcast, I'm not exaggerating. 12. Cockroach is a different story. Yeah, I lived in Manhattan for 3 years. I only had one cockroach. I think it came up through the drain in the sink. But I surprisingly only had one cockroach.
I had to move out I had to leave an apartment because of a mouse infestation.
Oh yeah,
fucking awful. So I lived in Norwalk. Yeah, they like weren't doing anything about it. I was like, I'm taking my wife and I, or my girlfriend and I, are going to a hotel, and you're going to compensate us for this cost. This is fucking crazy. They didn't really see it that way, but we worked it out.
Yeah, I mean, so we had mice a little bit at the old house, and I feel too bad about it. Like they put down like the sticky traps. Like we eventually solved the problem, but before we solved the problem, we like caught a couple in like the sticky traps, and they were like still alive. And I was like,
yeah, no, that sucks.
Yeah,
I don't like dealing with that either. I hate that shit. But
yeah,
this was also an apartment, so like,
yeah,
I understand like house ownership. You know, my house is old. Like, you know, I pay a person to come and treat so that we don't have issues. But like, this was an apartment. Like there was no escaping them. There was no it's not like they got into like one corner of the basement. Like sometime you see one mouse. It was like, I had a mouse run on top of me as I was napping in my apartment. It's like, no. That was the last time that was the last night I spent in there.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Like there was like a couple mice, and it was like there was like a unfinished like hole under like a bay window, and then like we put up like these metal
I did not know.
The metal grates went like down into the ground, and then once we put those in, there was no more mice. But yeah, I felt really bad when they would get stuck in the sticky trap. But like, what else are you gonna do?
I know my nose thing was looking suspicious, but I really just had an itch because I need to shave, and I swear I did not do that. So also way too late for that.
I have not seen Obsession yet. We were gonna see it on Saturday. So Obsession like broke records for like how much money they made in the second week. Like they made more money in the second weekend than the first. And then I think that news going around made more people interested for the third weekend, which was this past weekend. So we were going to go see it on Saturday. I was like, yeah, like we went and saw Scream 7 on the opening night and had no problem getting tickets. And like that movie fucking broke records for like ticket sales. So I was like, yeah, like it's the third weekend. We'll go see it. And then like I pulled up 3 different theaters near us, and like the only seats that were available were handicap seats or like directly in the front row. And I was like, Jesus Christ. So try again maybe this weekend. I don't know.
I know you said the only movies that you go and see or whatever or watch are horror movies. Did you see the trailer for Street Fighter though?
I did. Roman Reigns is in it.
Were you a Street Fighter player, like video
Yeah.
game guy?
Yeah, so like they had Street Fighter at Papagino's, so I'd play it there. And then growing up, I played baseball year round, and we played indoor baseball during the winter. So we would have like practices and games indoors, and when we had games, I would get there like an hour early and play Street Fighter. They had like an arcade, and we would play
Yeah.
Street Fighter and then go play baseball.
I think that might have been the most played game with me and my brothers growing up. I don't really go to I can't even remember the last time I went to the movie theater, but right now I would like to think that maybe I'll break that for Street Fighter. That trailer got me fired the fuck up.
It's not out yet, right?
No. I don't even necessarily think we're that close, but I remember the trailer came out like a month ago or something, and I was like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I saw it for the first time during WrestleMania. They played it. I'm excited for it.
Oh, somebody just said it's in October. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
that's actually sooner than I thought, which is nice.
That's such a long time after a trailer, though. Like kids these days, like you'll never know the excitement of like, I wanted to see this movie. Like I saw the trailer in January. The movie came out in August, and then I had to wait for fucking Christmas to get the DVD. How do I feel about the direction of WWE and Roman's current arc? WWE has lost me as a fan. I haven't really been watching. I didn't even watch the last pay-per-view. I just saw clips. The last pay-per-view is probably the first one that I didn't watch live in a very long time. But we were also at Urban Wild. It was on Sunday instead of Saturday because they were in Italy. I mean, I love Roman. I love that he's the champ, but I mean, I couldn't go back and watch it after. Why isn't Mo Vaughn remembered as a Red Sox great like the others in more recent history? I feel like they celebrate the teams that the star players of teams that either went to or won a World Series. It's almost like the guys that weren't a part of that are lost in the shuffle. Like Mike Greenwell, for example, like was not someone that they were like, this guy's fucking awesome. Like he was awesome. But yeah, like after winning 4 titles, and then you have like 86, 75, like all those guys were welcome back. But like if you were just like, I won the division title in 1995, it's like, cool, dude. Oh shit. 7-2 Mariners. I don't think the Mets are going to recover, Jay.
Yeah, these two of these 3 late games are fucking dog shit now.
Yeah. Yep. Did Mo and Pedro cross over? I think in 98. Was Mo Vaughn gone by then? Mo Vaughn's last season in Boston was 98. So yeah, they had 1 season together. He's right before my time. Yeah. I really do think that it's that if you were on a World Series team or you won a World Series, then like you're a hero and they welcome you back and they do all this shit. But would School be inclined to negotiate an extension with the new team he is traded for without with the lockout looming, similar to how the Sox? Yeah. I'm gonna say no because he's a Boris guy. Yeah, I mean, unless it's the Dodgers and they're just like, here's 400 million, then sure. But then, like, I think Boris would be like, let's take that 400 million to the market and be like, that's the starting point.
Scooble's a good example of like why I don't have like the mental strength. I mean, above and beyond all the other things that don't make me a professional athlete. Like, I just can't imagine knowing that you're like 25 starts away from being $400 million richer and getting injured and having like to be like, oh, well, you know, like 400 million would have been cool, but now I kind of like need to work back to make everybody believe again, and people are going to be like, "Oh, is he really healthy?" It's like, and also like try and win. Like forget about all like your personal payment and shit like that. But anyway,
Yep.
didn't Mo have some PED stuff or some domestic? Was there a domestic violence thing with Mo Vaughn too? I'm not trying to slander the man, so I don't want to.
I don't know
I
if
thought,
he had
I thought
domestic.
there was a something with him.
He was in the Mitchell report.
Yeah, so that's maybe why some of the distances happened. Not that
Maybe
George Mitchell deserves any credibility, but
I mean, they've had Manny back a ton of times, and he did have a domestic violence, and he
yeah, fair.
got popped
fair.
9 times. But he also won 2 World Series, so it's like, welcome on back.
I think you're right about Mo Vaughn being from Norwalk. I think I've read that before. Yak fact.
Yeah, Mo Vaughn was collateral damage in the Mitchell report because George Mitchell worked for the Red Sox. So like the whole fucking Mitchell report was all Yankees. And he was just like, yeah, fuck these guys. And the Mitchell report is what led to the New York Post fucking leaking Manny and Poppy, because the Yankees were like, how the fuck are you going to employ a Red Sox guy to investigate all the PED guys, and it's all our guys, and you're telling me that no one on the Red Sox fucking took PEDs? Like, give me a break.
I don't even think it's like I don't even have the energy to speculate about what Paul Skeens' contract is going to be or what Jacob Mizorowski's contract could be. Like, who honestly fucking knows what those guys are going to look like by the time they get to free agency, by the time they're in a position to sign a long-term lucrative deal? Are they even still the best pitchers in the game? Are they signing pre-free agency deals, pre-arbitration deals in Mizorowski's case? You know, what does the landscape look like with the new collective bargaining agreement? Hoping, presuming that they agree on one. Like, I mean, Tarek Skubal, like, I guess we'll see how it goes. Like, the idea that he was going to be the guy who was going to break the record for longest or most lucrative contract for a pitcher in baseball history, like that only seemed like an obvious answer.
Yeah.
For a year, like 12 months, 10 months. Like it hasn't been a foregone conclusion for half a decade that Tarek Skubal would be the guy to get $400 million. Tarek Skubal spent most of that time like figuring it out, really, or being injured. So like, yeah, Paul Skeens was a free agent in this coming off season. It would be worth speculating, but I have like no idea. And I have no idea who the best pitchers are going to be 5 years from now.
How much money do you think Skeens would get if he was a free agent this winter?
This offseason?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we thought Skubal was going to get $400 million, right? And I think that was probably pretty justified. $500 million. I do think there's an upper bounds for like what a pitcher probably can get.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, the Ohtani Soto stuff is one thing, but the inherent risk of injury with a pitcher is just so high that we're never going to get the position player money. So maybe it's like 450, but I mean,
I just wonder, like with Skeens, in the same vein as I guess a little bit of Soto, but more so Ohtani. Ohtani's in a league of his own because of the Japanese fan base and like the marketing opportunities and all that. But like Skeens is star power. Like I feel like it's like, all right, yeah, like it's franchise altering. Like you can add a pitcher that's as good as Skeens, I guess, but if they're not like Paul Skeens, like if it's just like some random fucking guy that's really good, there's something to that. Carson Bench has 2 home runs, by the way. It's another pool boy.
You're definitely right about his star power being franchise altering. But like, I know the assumption is that the contracts always just keep going up, and I'm obviously pro player, but like, the third largest contract in the sport is Vlad Jr., right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you think the Blue Jays feel about that one? He's on track to hit like 9 homers.
Yeah. I think with Vladdy though, it's like how many? It was 500 for how many years? 12.
Yeah, I was going to say 13. It's 14. Sorry, 14 for 500.
Years.
Runs through 2039. 2039.
I still feel like they're gonna come back on the other side of that and be like, "We're glad we did this,"
Maybe.
or like this was worth it to us.
I mean, yeah, maybe. There's also a path. I'm not saying it's not the one I'm rooting for. Maybe it's not. It's not certainly not the most likely. There's a path where this is the worst contract in baseball history. Straight up.
That would be something.
I mean, what is Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? Like, I feel like it's following his career is just this fucking roller coaster of emotion where it's like, what player are we getting? And, you know, when we were streaming during the postseason last year and just going bananas, like he felt like he had ascended to a different plane, or at least reascended back to the plane that he had occupied for like the entire 21 season at different points in pockets of his career, 24. And he was doing it on the highest, you know, the biggest stage or whatever. And having a postseason, like a postseason to remember historically. Then we're, you know, a third of the way into this season, more than a third of the way into this season. And he's got 3 homers. And, you know, there are facets of his game that are working. Like the bat to ball stuff is obviously still there. He's getting on base at, you know, an elite clip. But 385 slugging percentage?
Yeah, that's not what you want.
And like, I get it. Like, young player, got a long way to go. They're on the hook till 2039. This is supposed to be one of the best seasons. Like, he's in his age 27 season. This should be the prime offensive season of his career. This should be one of the greatest seasons that he puts up. And if it's not that, what is that? Like Dan Zimborski runs his projections for Fangraphs and stuff like that, and is the guy behind Zips and all that kind of stuff. And like, you know, I'd be very curious how the first 58 games of Vlad Jr.'s season, or 59 games of Vlad Jr.'s season, how that has impacted his projection over the next 10 seasons. And what that looks like relative to what it looked like coming off of last year or last season's postseason or something like that. Because I bet it has meaningfully changed what his value proposition is moving forward. Not completely altered, but definitely changed it. And I bet it's, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 116 OPS plus, which is what he did in 2023. So it's not like uncharacteristic for him. I'm not saying that makes the contract good, but it's like, I don't look at his season this year and I'm like, damn, he fell off. It's more just like, yeah, sometimes you're going to get fucking 40 pumps and sometimes you're going to get like a slightly above league average bat. Like that's the Vladdy Jr. experience.
So two things to that, like, for me, like the contract extension was based off of the belief that like the floor for what you're getting moving forward offensively is 2025. Like that to me, if you're below that, it's not just sometimes you're getting a 116 OPS plus, because like that to me is like, now we are really talking about this is going to be a fucking disaster. And secondly, like, I hear you on that. It's the same. It's kind of like the same overall production as what he was delivering in 23. But I do think that bringing up 23 is interesting in its own right, because like the net out OPS and OPS plus is the same, but like the shape of how he's getting there is actually quite different. Like his on base percentage is like 50 point. Yeah, but his on base percentage is like 50 points higher than it was back then, but his slugging percentage is like 60 points lower. So, like, he hit 26 homers that year. He's nowhere near on pace for 26 homers this year. So, like,
So it's a power issue.
yeah, no, totally. But like, I think you probably would actually prefer the shape of his contributions this year than what you got in 23, like a 392 on base percentage with the diminished power is actually probably more valuable than a 345 with a little bit more power.
Mhm.
But still, like, he's 70 points of OPS off of what he was last year. He's a meaningful amount off of OPS plus, 16 points of OPS plus, 15, 20 points of weighted runs created plus. Like,
If put it this way, if he finishes this year at a 116 OPS plus, he will easily surpass his wins above replacement from 23 when he had a 116 OPS plus.
I think if he finishes this season with a 116 OPS plus, I think we can, and assuming that the Blue Jays don't rebound as a team, if the Blue Jays have great team success, then nobody will have this conversation. But if the Blue Jays miss the playoffs and Vlad Jr. finishes with a 116-ish OPS plus, we can start the conversation. I will bring it up in the offseason. I will make you have it with me.
I'll have it.
About whether this is a disaster contract, because I think that's a fair question to ask if that's where this heads. Because it's no longer we're in the World Series and Vlad Jr.'s posting a 1,000 OPS in the postseason and going toe-to-toe with Ohtani in the biggest moments. Our offense-only player just delivered, or largely offensively driven player just delivered a modestly better than league average offensive season in what should have been, his age 27, one of his 2 or 3 best seasons that we're ever going to see from him.
Yeah.
I mean, how could Jose Ramirez's contract age worse? Like, he is older for sure.
It's already a win.
The amount of money that is owed is just so much less that it really becomes, I think, kind of difficult to be worse. If I don't, this is like these are almost 2 different conversations, because like, I can intellectually understand how the Jose Ramirez contract may work out to be like a cold value proposition loss for the Guardians moving forward. I don't give a fuck as a Guardians fan, quote unquote. And I'm not saying that Blue Jays fans should care about my opinion or like what the math says on, or what my opinion or interpretation of the stats say on what Vlad Jr. is going to be moving forward. But I do think if you're like from a neutral team building, like zoom out perspective, I think it is fair to say, was the Guardians extension for Jose Ramirez in the best long-term interest of the team? I would still say yes, because I think that amount of money is just fundamentally different than $500 million. But if you wanted to counter and say that the Blue Jays spending power makes that more of a apples to apples thing than because of the Guardians' relatively diminished spending power, then yeah, I'll hear that argument. And if you want to say a Blue Jays fan, I don't care what the money is. I don't care how it impacts their team building. I want Vlad Jr. on this fucking team. That's fine too. I don't know. Tough to say. Really tough to answer that question. I think we're just talking about with the rapid escalators and stuff like that, the huge gap in the amount of money that, or chasm in the amount of money that could exist. Is that what we're getting at there? That's fine. Yeah. If we're just saying the Blue Jays are just willing to retain their star player at any cost, then I guess that's the end of the conversation. But to me, it's more interesting if it's not quite like that. Yeah, I mean, I get it. So they traded Caminero. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Every team makes bad deals. The Guardians have won. Cleveland has won so many trades over the years that I can't even really get mad about the Caminero thing. Obviously, it looks terrible, but
Yeah.
I don't know about the Julio thing. I'm not trying to be evasive about it. I just don't know. I don't know. Like I think it's always unlikely that star level players will sign those types of deals, but like, you know, he was also far from free agency at the time. So, you know, he got a lot of money. Didn't they trade him because he was blocked? I guess that's how they felt. Is any minor league player blocked, really?
What did Tyler do with Bryce Elder?
I don't know. I didn't see it. Yeah, I'm not going to relitigate the Caminero thing. That's fine. Cleveland missed on it. That's what it is.
Yeah, and they don't really have a reputation of missing much on deals.
No. I mean, they were doing just incredible work there for a while on trades. It's fine.
Oh shit! There's Julio. That ball was touched. Good night, J.A. 13 homers
What?
for Julio.
We going to bed?
No, J.A. John Anthony.
Oh. I was like, fire up the mint chocolate.
I mean, we can go to bed.
No. I'm not pushing for that. I just misheard you.
You liked this tweet? What tweet? How do you know what tweets I like? The likes are hidden.
Yeah. What are you?
Do you have technology?
You
that we don't
inside?
have? Yeah. Are you a narc?
Oh, you liked one of his tweets. That's how.
Oh, got it. We did that. We did do KBO live streams during COVID.
Despite all the things that I just said, I think I'd still rather have Vlad Jr.'s contract than Rafi's. I know it's a lot less money. Again, I think Jared hit on something with like the star power. Like I do think that's something that Vlad Jr. brings that Rafael Devers just does not, which is like real star wattage. Which certainly transcends how good of a player Vlad Jr. actually is.
And just
but
overall give a shit.
Yeah, and I'm just much more comfortable betting on Vlad Jr. being an impactful player moving forward than I am Rafael Devers for like pretty much all the reasons. I think personality-wise, to the extent that I could possibly know anything about them, but also like that Vlad is doing some of the things that he's doing, and it's just kind of a power outage to me. Like, I don't know. I'm more secure in like, oh, he's still getting on base at a 390 plus clip, and making a lot of contact. And like, let's work through the power stuff than I am like just how Rafael Devers, like his value overall. I don't know. There's not, I'm not saying it's the right answer because there's like a gap of like twice the amount of money, but I think Vlad's a real draw as well to the extent that matters. And Devers, I would be surprised if there was evidence that Rafael Devers is a legitimate pull for fans and stuff like that.
But Vlad, don't you think he's a draw to Canadian baseball fans more than he would be anywhere else?
Yes. So I mean, you could argue that he's more valuable to them because of that than he would be anywhere else, which is maybe why, speaks to the thing I was talking about earlier with why they were willing to pay him, or why my belief that that contract could be bad is maybe misplaced. But yeah, I don't think that's the only place where he would be where he would have like impact, like meaningful star wattage though. Like I think his star would play in like like if he was in New York with the Yanks, I think he would be among the most talked about players in the sport. I mean, I think he's like, who has more star wattage to you, Juan Soto or Vlad Jr.?
I think it depends on like the team. Like I think Vladdy in Toronto has more star wattage than Soto with the Mets, but Soto in the Bronx has more star wattage than Vladdy in Toronto.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah.
Would you subscribe to that line of thinking?
I mean, I definitely agree with the first point. I think Vlad Jr. has more inherent star wattage than Juan Soto for whatever reason. Get in their current environments.
Yeah.
Maybe not this second because Vlad's not playing particularly well, but I think in overall, I think there's just something about Vlad Jr. Maybe it's the legacy, maybe it's the look, maybe it's.
I think a lot of it is like Vladdy is like, I am a Toronto Blue Jay and I fucking love Canada, and Soto is like, I am a first ballot Hall of Famer who is a hired gun and I will play well wherever I go.
That's definitely part of it. Yeah, that Vlad Jr. came up with the franchise that he did helps the whole thing. Like if he just came up as like
is Vladdy a star on the Angels?
Right. Well, I wonder if that's one that just because Vlad Sr. played for the Angels, I do wonder whether that's one that would also fall like a lesser version of that. But like if he came up on the Reds.
Is he a star on the Twins?
Yeah, right. Much less of one, I think.
How long does Soto stay in New York? However long that contract is, brother. I'd be surprised if he doesn't finish out the string there. Yeah, I never liked that Tucker contract. I mean, I'm not a Dodger hater. I'm more just like Dodger neutral. And I never, like, when I saw it, I remember I was at the Bruins game and I saw the contract and I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, it was more like, it wasn't like, oh, fuck, the Dodgers are going to be world beaters. It was more like, what are we doing here, like, contract-wise?
He hasn't been good, that's for sure. Well, I mean, he's been, like, fine, I guess.
I haven't seen his name once this year.
No, it's been pretty low impact.
Yeah, like, the Dodgers are unbelievable. They're a great team. Like, Kyle Tucker's a good player. But, like, he's hitting 238 with a 722 OPS, and he's slugging 386.
Yeah.
He's getting on base at a 336 clip. So it's like, okay. Like, I leave room for him to have a great second half and get to like an 800 OPS, whatever. And that's more or less, I don't know. I don't want to say that's what he's been. Like, he's been better than an 800 OPS, but like there's been seasons in Houston where he like just got to an 800 OPS and it's like, oh, Kyle Tucker, he's great.
Yeah. No, I think that's totally fair. I mean, at this point, not that this is, I mean, really it matters more for the Dodgers what he does moving forward because they've obviously played fine and are in a fine position with him playing so mediocre to this point. But, you know, we are getting to a point where his end of season stat line is going to be irrevocably impacted by his slow start. Like, it's to your point about getting to an 800 OPS, like he's got to do some work to get there, given what he started at. And an 800 OPS would be a 40-point drop from what he did in 25. And that alone was a really significant drop from what he did in that kind of partial elite kind of 78 games in 24 that was so tantalizing. That's starting to look much more like an outlier, which is fair because it was only 339 plate appearances. But what he's done before and after that really looks nothing like what he did in that season. And I think I know everybody loves to, not everybody. I know we're like conditioned to give the Dodgers the benefit of the doubt because the amount of money is so overwhelming that they're able to flex. But yeah, man, if Kyle Tucker ends the season with like an OPS in like the high 700s or the mid 700s in his debut season on that $60 million a year deal, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they just win the World Series again, then they probably
no
don't
one's
care.
gonna care. Yeah.
Yeah, if like what'll probably happen now that we've just had this conversation is that he's going to finish the regular season with like a 740 OPS. Like it's not even going to really get that much better than what's going on right now. And then the postseason's going to come around. And he's just going to come up with like the most important hit of the Dodgers postseason, or like deliver the World Series, like a walk-off single to win the World Series or to win a World Series game. It's going to be like, well, the Kyle Tucker thing worked out. He came through in the exact right moment.
Yep. Oh, man. JD Drew against Cleveland. Yeah. He had that grand slam to dead center off of Fausto Carmona / Roberto Hernandez. I forget who it was that was telling us that story.
What?
It was like a former teammate that told the story that like Fausto Carmona, his real name was Roberto Hernandez, and they would like based on like the birth certificate that he faked, they would do like a cake for Fausto Carmona's birthday and then a cake for Roberto Hernandez's birthday in the clubhouse.
It's pretty good. I mean, so to the Justin Slayton enjoyer's point, like I'm misinterpreting. I mean, I think you can be critical of how a contract has turned out during the regular season while simultaneously acknowledging that if a guy delivers in the World Series to help you win the World Series, like really actually delivers, win probability, like, then that is worth it. Like, then that changes what the math is on whether that contract worked out. Like a guy can, from an ownership standpoint, forget what we're saying, forget fantasy baseball. Like if a guy delivers a 775 OPS and comes up in a massive way in the World Series, that is more valuable for the Dodgers or for whatever team we're talking about than a guy who delivers an 850 OPS or an 825 OPS during the regular season and is an absolute fucking nothing during the postseason or a nothing during the World Series. Like winning the World Series is the point. Certainly for an owner, doesn't have to be for a player necessarily, but is presumed like making money and winning the World Series is on some level the goal for everybody. So yeah, I mean, I think there's room for reevaluation depending on what a guy does in the highest leverage situations in the game.
Yep.
A 730 OPS for the regular season, then NLCS MVP, but quiet for the rest of the postseason. Do the Dodgers win the World Series? I think you can probably argue that it was still worth it then. It could still be worth it in year one while having concerns about what his larger sample production says about what he's going to be moving forward. Like you can be like, hey, year one worked out, man. He was the literal NLCS MVP. We won the World Series. Fucking rock on. Also, he had a 735 OPS in 600 plate appearances during the regular season in his age 29 season. We're on the hook for age 30, 31, 32 or whatever. Like, what do we think about him moving forward? I think those are two thoughts that can exist in the same head or for the same team or front office. Right. That is the amazing thing about the Dodgers. And we have talked about this on the pod a little bit, but like we really haven't really talked about how down Mookie is offensively. We just talked about Kyle Tucker extensively more right now than we have at any point on the podcast. And Will Smith, I thought I brought it up the other day on the pod. Maybe I didn't. We didn't ever really get to it, but Will Smith struggling is also something that really hasn't been talked about. And I know really nobody ever really spends any time talking about Will Smith when he's doing well. But that doesn't change the fact that he's one of the most impactful catchers and impactful offensive catchers in the game over the last half decade, certainly last 2-3 seasons. And he's down, and it doesn't matter because of Jared's boy, Andy Pages, being up, them getting good production from rushing, when he's been playing, and various other improved contributions. But it's just like, it's so relentless on that team now.
Yeah. The Dodgers' depth is just, I would say enviable is a word. They've always been that way. They can have injuries to their biggest stars. They can have stars underperforming, and it's just like they're the Dodgers. It's like the jersey does all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, DePaula's mashing. I saw that too. That's fucked up. Wonder if he'll break through.
I mean, superstar is kind of open to interpretation. Like, Mike Trout is a superstar because of who he has been. Like, I don't think that you can like lose superstar status unless like you came into the league at 20. Like Fernando Tatis Jr. might be in danger of losing superstar status. Like, he was a superstar. It's kind of debatable whether he will remain to be one. But like, Mike Trout can suck for the rest of his career. He's always going to be a superstar. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Like, it's undeniable.
Yeah, I would say Nolan Arenado is not currently a superstar. I'd say that's something that's not currently true of him. I would say Bryce Harper absolutely still is a superstar. I think Bryce has got a cachet, a star power that, to Jared's point about Trout, I think Bryce Harper's star power will probably ride out for the remainder of his career to some degree.
I would agree.
And I think I would go back to the Nolan thing. I don't think Nolan Arenado was ever a superstar, actually.
Oh, yes, he was.
No, I don't think so. I think he was a star.
40 homers, platinum glove.
I'm not talking about how good of a player he was. I'm not talking about that. I'm not condemning the player. I'm saying I don't think he was a superstar when you factor in how good was he and what was his star wattage. I don't think no one ever achieved that level.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there were years where he was one of the 5 best players in the league or whatever. I'm not saying he he didn't achieve a level of statistical production that would say that guy is a superstar level player. I don't think his place in the game, or like his recognition factor, his sex appeal, his star wattage, whatever words we want to use. Man, I don't know. Maybe he's borderline. Maybe I'm nitpicking, but like, to me, he's not a Bryce Harper. He's not a Mike Trout. He's not. I mean, who else? He's not Judge. He's not Ohtani.
No.
Those are superstars.
Yeah. Like someone said, Schwarber, star, superstar. Like Schwarber's a star.
Schwarber is a star.
Like Rafi's a star.
Yeah. And I would say, actually, I think Rafi's like a cut below even the stars that we were talking about.
I mean, before he went to San Francisco, he was a star.
Yeah.
I think
yes.
Before he started getting pissy, he was a star.
But if we're doing like tiers here, since we're just we're just riffing now, like I think I would say Prime Arenado is in a different tier of star than Prime Rafael Devers. But I would say that Prime Bryce Harper is in a different tier than Prime Nolan Arenado. J-Ram is a star. I agree. J-Ram is not a superstar. I agree.
In the Rafi Nolan debate, though, I think that's a lot to do with market, because like
yes,
say, like an all-star game graphic would have Rafi on it as a Red Sox, but not as a Giant. And Nolan, if he played his whole career with like the Dodgers, then like he's
agree. But yeah, no, I agree. J-Ram is not a superstar, and J-Ram, if Nolan Arenado is a superstar caliber production, J-Ram certainly has been, but I don't think he's transcended to a level of a superstar. Chris Bryant and Rizzo circa 2016-18. I would actually split this answer. I would say Chris Bryant was a superstar at his peak, and Anthony Rizzo was a star. Chris Bryant, I mean, I did essays on this with him and Javi Baez and that era of Cubs stuff. Like, Chris Bryant and Javi Baez were consistently in the top 5 of jersey sales for Major League Baseball in any given year. That to me would trend towards superstardom. If you want to say they were very, 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 very high level stars, maybe, but I think they're right on that edge. Yes, I would say, to the person saying there's only really like 8 to 10 superstars, yes, I agree with that. Maybe fewer.
It's like aces versus number 1 starters.
Yeah. It's 1204. Obviously, like this is all nitpicky to a degree, but like 8 to 10, I would say it's probably even fewer. Maybe it's 8 to 10 if we want to count guys like Kershaw. I guess Kershaw's not pitching anymore. If we want to count guys like Verlander as like still like superstar level people, even though their performance is like way, 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 way past that. Bobby Witt Jr.'s a tough one. I think we're trending towards superstar, but I don't think he's actually a superstar yet. Obviously, his performance is more than superstar. I mean, it's Hall of Fame shit, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on Bobby Witt Jr., but I don't feel like he's quite at that superstar level of notoriety. Maybe market, to Jared's point, plays a factor there. Yeah, maybe Witt's a superstar. Maybe I'm wrong on that one, but
if Bobby Witt was the shortstop of the Yankees, he's a superstar.
No question about it.
Scooble's a superstar.
Yeah, I'll give Bobby Witt. I'll acquiesce on Bobby Witt and say he's a superstar.
Skeens is a superstar.
Yes, Skeens is a superstar. Scooble,
like Ellie De La Cruz is a star.
Yes, I think he could be a superstar in the right situation.
Yeah.
Cincinnati's a tough one. Has Cincinnati ever had a superstar?
Joey Votto.
That's a tough era of baseball, honestly, for superstar.
Yeah.
That's not good. He
was very marketable.
Is right now. Yeah, Vlad, I would say, is a superstar. Yeah. Even again, the performance. I think Vlad's impact there is probably pretty formidable. Was Barry Larkin a superstar? Well, I mean, I'm obviously a big fan of the Hoffer. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. If we're going back to like the Pete Rose era, the Big Red Machine, then yes, I'm in the context of their sports. Yeah, they've had superstars. I was more thinking recent baseball history. I guess I said ever. So yeah, you're right. But
like Yelich was knocking on the door of being a superstar in 2018 and 2019 if he had won the MVP, which he should have in 19. And then it was kind of all downhill from there, but he capped at star. You're not a superstar if 100 out of 100 non-baseball fans can't pick you out of a lineup. I don't know that 100 out of 100 non-baseball fans could pick Mike Trout out of a lineup.
yeah, that's too high of a standard. If Witt played in New York, Boston, or LA, he's probably number 2 or 3 behind Ohtani and maybe Judge, depending. I agree. I don't think there's really any ingredient that Bobby Witt Jr. lacks for superstardom other than the fact that he plays in Kansas City. And I don't have any bias against the Royals specifically, but I do think that's working against him if we're trying to draw lines here. But he's even with that, he's, what is he, 6th, 5th, whatever. We did mention Ellie, and I think Ellie's a good example of where if you put him on a different team, I think his superstardom factor would rise significantly because, again, he has all the ingredients of being a superstar. The dynamic athleticism. I think Ellie has actual MVP caliber potential skills. Not sure he can win one with Ohtani in his prime, but I think he could win one. Corbin Carroll is not a superstar. Corbin Carroll is definitely a star.
Yeah.
And I know how good he is. Soto,
he's a superstar.
I would say he has to be a superstar. Yeah.
You don't get $765 million if you're not.
The top 10 players today, I'm assuming this means in terms of this is just overall. Christopher Sanchez is not a superstar.
Neither is Mizorowski.
Yeah, Miz is not a superstar. Yamamoto's not. I guess Yamamoto, I guess, is because of international appeal. I would say in terms of strictly U.S. appeal, Yamamoto is not a superstar. I would say Acuna, when he's correct, or if we're assuming that it's Ronald Acuna, capital A, R, capital A, I would agree that Ronald Acuna is a superstar.
Murakami's got potential.
Yep. Yeah, marketability is a big part of this. At least it is in my interpretation of the comment. Lindor is, man, that's a tough one.
I feel like he was.
Yeah, I think there were periods of time where he was. Stanton, I would say Stanton was, he's not now. I don't think you can reasonably call Giancarlo Stanton a superstar now. I think there were periods of time in the game where, and again, I don't think the game was in as good of a spot health-wise in terms of superstardom as it is now. But I think Giancarlo at his peak was a superstar. Yeah. Freddie Freeman, a superstar? Not to me. I think Freddie's a star. Giancarlo Stanton is going to the Hall of Fame. I think so, at least. I would say Lindor is currently more star, but I think he's been in that superstardom position. I think Miz, obviously Miz has the cool nickname. He's got the velocity, he's got the physical appearance to be unique. I think he could be. It's just tough for a pitcher, man. It's very difficult. Skeens is a real, I think Skeens might be unless I'm missing somebody super obvious, I think Skeens might be the only pitcher that I'm genuinely 100% comfortable saying is a current superstar. I'm not going to argue with anybody who says that Skubal is or whatever, but I think Skeens is the only guy I'd be like, yes, 100% fucking yes.
Like,
Well,
Skeens,
Shohei's in it. Yeah, there's asterisks, but yeah.
Skeens could walk the red carpet at a non-baseball event.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think if there are only a few guys who like actually transcend the sport.
Yeah. Judge, Ohtani, Skeens.
I think that might be it.
Maybe Soto.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, a star to me is like they're in the crowd at a UFC main event and the camera's like, oh, we also have so-and-so here. Like, they're not doing that for Jacob Mizorowski.
I mean, it's tough to say on does a player need a certain number of years, because like Skeens, it feels like Skeens had achieved a level of superstardom like almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
Whereas for other guys, it does feel like being around helps the case on some level. Like Bryce Harper was an instantaneous superstar. I don't think Mike Trout necessarily was, but he was there pretty quick.
Yeah, like when he goes to Eagles games, like on Fox, they're like, Mike Trout's here. Like if like they're not doing that for Corbin Carroll, they're not doing that for Ellie De La Cruz. They would do that for Juan Soto.
Machado is a borderline one for me. I think Machado falls in like the Arenado Lindor bucket for me, where I guess I could kind of be convinced either way. I would say, I mean, currently I don't think Machado is, but maybe he occupies some sort of elder statesman superstardom role. Yasiel Puig, was he a superstar? Man, I know he was popular at his peak. That feels like a bit of a stretch, though.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, if Skeens isn't dating Livy Dunn, does he have less star power?
Yes.
Yes. If Livy Dunn's not dating Paul Skeens, does she have less star power? No.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the world Livy Dunn occupies, but I don't think Paul Skeens is significantly raising her profile.
No, like she has a star power because of like her social media presence, whereas like Paul Skeens couldn't give a fuck about his social media presence. Like, it's not a knock on him. It's just like, that's obviously not important to him, nor should it be. Can I make a case that going 1 in the MLB draft doesn't mean shit at the end of the day nowadays? Yeah, you can make that case.
I mean, to the person saying that Puig was on the cover of the MLB The Show, like Jazz Chisholm was on the cover of MLB. No sober person would ever make the case that Jazz Chisholm is a superstar. So that in of itself does not convince me that Puig was a superstar. It certainly was a hot moment there. I remember the Puig era. I'm not being dismissive of it. That would be one I'd need to noodle on a little bit more.
I know one person that would make the case that Jazz Chisholm is a superstar.
Jazz Chisholm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have to constantly tell people how great you are, you're probably not that great.
I mean, Verlander dating Kate Upton absolutely raised his superstardom profile. Like, and you can say that's lame, or that I don't care who Justin Verlander dates, but that's the conversation we're having. And dating a famous chick that most people think is hot is a way to do that.
Kyle, congrats on the baby.
Yeah, Cespedes. He was not a superstar, but I agree that Puig was not meaningfully different in terms of his popularity than Cespedes was.
What was that? Was that the summer of 13?
I think Adam Jones was a star. He was not a superstar. I think Adam Jones was a star. I also think that Adam Jones is how good was Adam Jones actually is something of a complicated conversation, and he probably was not as good as his star level or the level of attention that he got. I mean, it was also like a renaissance era of Orioles baseball too. So, and he was in some ways, I mean, there were some years where he was the best player on that team. But yeah, anyway, best off.
You know when Adam Jones's star power peaked?
When?
The World Baseball Classic.
Yep. Yeah, that catch will live forever.
Yep. There's a story that Mattingly tried to fight Puig. Didn't everybody try to fight Puig back then? War Games, Adam Jones. 23.6.
I'll say 27.
It is 32.5. Aroldis Chapman going into the Hall of Fame as a Yankee. I mean, his best stop was with the Red Sox. He won a ring with the Cubs. You could say the Yankee stop was probably the worst. He was a better Pirate. He was a better Royal. His lasting Yankees memories for me are the home run to Altuve in 19, the home run in 20 to what's his nuts kid on the Rays. Oh fuck, I forget his name.
It's just going as a Red.
Yeah.
I mean, those are his best fucking seasons, man. I mean, if you take like, did he win the World Series and those sorts of questions out of the context, like his best seasons were, I mean, dude,
The Red Sox seasons.
No.
Yes, look at the fucking Red Sox seasons.
All right, dude, but come on.
Those are his best seasons.
Whatever.
I'm right.
I guess you could certainly argue that. The dominance factor from his Cincinnati days is certainly appealing when he was striking out 100+ batters 4 straight seasons.
His lowest ERA in a full season was his first season with the Red Sox, and his lowest ERA in an incomplete season is the one that he's currently having with the Red Sox.
All right, you can have Aroldis Chapman's Hall of Fame cap.
Thank you.
He can go in as an all-time great Red Sox. Aroldis Chapman.
Mm-hmm.
Good guy. Legendary good guy.
Well, it's not the Hall of Good People.
No, it's not.
He was ass with the Yankees in 22. Jesus. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, the Rockies. The Rockies.
You have to scroll down 8 fucking seasons before you get to his first Yankee season when you sort by ERA.
What about the Cubs? Maybe he'll go in as a Cub.
Red Sox, Reds, Yankees. Yeah, his 2 teams in 16, so that would have been half Yankees, half Cubs. So not even a full Yankee season until 8 seasons down. Oh yeah, I forgot he won a fucking ring with the Rangers too.
Yeah, that was the Cole Reagan's trade, right?
Mm-hmm. No. Was it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was.
Jeez, you loser. Just to get him out. Dude, the Las Vegas Golden Knights took game 1 of the Stanley Cup final 5-4
Wow.
over the Carolina Hurricanes. What do you
Yep.
what is your immediate reaction to that?
You know, the Las Vegas Golden Knights have that Stanley Cup pedigree, like they've been there and done that, and the Hurricanes are probably still thinking about Hartford, Connecticut. You know,
Yeah.
you got to have your mind right.
Yeah. You're probably thinking, wow, we don't even get to see Jay Hay walking around anymore.
Yeah. How close are you to Hartford?
Oh, very close. Yeah. A mile too. I mean, yeah, really close.
What is this is gonna sound derogatory. It's not. What is Hartford known for? Now that they don't have
Insurance?
insurance, okay.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, downtown Hartford, there's not. I mean, I don't spend any time down there, so
Mhm.
somebody else would have to give a more insightful thing about what the social scene and, activities are going down there, but it's not generally seen as like a fruitful, vibrant social scene, I don't think right now. Yeah, I mean, Duncan Park, Yard Goats, but like that to me is like more off the highway than it is like Hartford. I mean, I know it's in Hartford, but I was more thinking like downtown, whatever.
WWE headquarters is in Stamford, Connecticut.
Yep.
When I drove to MetLife for that concert last summer, we drove past it. I had never seen it before.
Yep. Can see it from the highway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess is Hartford known for pizza? I don't think so. I mean, that's New Haven.
New Haven is in.
Yeah.
New Haven's a wild time.
Yeah, I'm going to the Yankees game tomorrow. That's the plan right now.
Was Dallas a superstar?
No, I don't think so. It falls just short, I think.
Well, Dallas was on Letterman. Do you recall?
What?
Dallas was on Letterman.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
I'm sure I've seen the clip at some point.
Let's see. Dallas, Braden, Letterman. Oh yeah. Yep. A whole 5-minute segment.
That makes sense after the perfect game.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow, what a catch. The video, I'll ask you, were you there that day when Dallas faced Dave?
Yes.
Okay, so I was catching. And it was a brand new catcher's mitt and it was stiff as fuck. So all the comments on this video are people saying that I can't catch. But it was like I physically couldn't squeeze the glove. It was like stiff as fuck. How many views do you think Dave versus Dallas has on YouTube?
Not many. I feel like that's almost like a borderline lost tape that's not lost.
Oh, it's found.
Does it have more than I think? I don't even know where to guess. 10,000 views, 20,000 views. I don't know. Really? How many? 100,000 views. 300,000 views. 1 million views. 5 million views.
1.9 million views.
Wow. That is a lot. Way more than I would have thought, obviously.
Yeah. This must have been a video that caught fire like later on because like it didn't get put out right away.
No, it was hidden. There were a lot of lies, a lot of obfuscation.
This says it was posted 7 years ago. So that would have been 2019 and we filmed this in 2017.
Yeah, that's like years later.
Yeah. Yeah. Catching Dallas was not fun. What a video, man. I couldn't catch the ball. Za was the umpire. And I think the first pitch he saw, let me see. The first pitch Dallas threw over his head. The second pitch Dave swung and missed, and Za was like, ball 2. And Dave was like, a swing is a strike, Za. Work with me here. Dallas could not strike Dave out.
Yeah, Dave didn't do any damage though, did he?
No.
I remember just being some fucking weak ass bullshit.
Yeah, it was a lot of okay, he did strike him out. I mean, technically he did strike him out, but I didn't catch the foul strike 3.
That doesn't matter. Those were innocent times.
Okay, he did strike him out. Okay. They were like right over my head, but like, God bless you. They're right over my head, but fucking I couldn't catch them, and there was smoke and poor Za right behind me. How many curves did Schittler throw to lefties tonight? Probably looked like a lot of them because he got smoked.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah. Let's pull up some data.
The data. Well, we're down to 2 games, huh?
Oh yeah.
We got a bottom of the 9th and a top of the 9th scenario.
Cam Schlittler. And then his start tonight, which would have been Tuesday the 2nd. Okay. Okay. He threw 76 pitches. Let's go. Rate.
Rockies
Ooh.
are 1 out away.
Wow, they had 1,000 OPS against him tonight.
Wow. Makes sense.
Let's see those curveballs, though. But they were ass. He only threw 11 curveballs.
Didn't get a chance to.
Yeah. Only got 1 swing and miss in the curveball. Yikes. Yeah, it was real bad. The numbers say that it was horrendous. What's up, Mo? How does one join the BID Discord, Jay?
Oh, how does one join the Discord? I mean, if are you on Twitter? The easiest way would be if you're already on Twitter, the BID Discord replies to every tweet that we send out for the initial episode, encouraging people to join the Twitter. So that's one way to do it. The other way would be to ask me on Twitter. I will send the link. Yeah, I mean, we post it occasionally in the Reddit page as well. People ask for it there. I try and, when I see the request, I try and respond and send it. If other people see it, they try and do it. But yeah, that's, I think, the easiest way. I could probably just put the link in my profile, to be honest. But it's a great place. It's a lot of fun, actually. The people there, there are so many channels that, I could never get to all of them, but I pop into a handful of them and try and chit chat and stuff like that and have a good time.
Big chit chat guy.
Obviously, Family Feud, big part of that. Be working on that tomorrow, trying to carve these fools up. We'll see whether we can get a fourth guest. Otherwise, I mean, Jared missed last week, so Jared's got to get in the mix this week. So it'll probably be Jared and Dallas, Jared, Tyler. We'll see. Can pull somebody else from the greater Section 10 BID universe. Get a 4-way going. All right, we're down to one game.
Wow, what a video. I don't know how that video took off the way that it did.
Yeah. It's a good question, actually. Wow, some people asking for Stevie DoorDash as a guest feuder.
Did you see this?
What is that there? DoorDash 10. What does that mean?
Recovery. It's like a...
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. It's like a sober chip.
Have you given one to him? Or are you waiting to give it to him? Or what's the deal?
I believe he's approaching 2 weeks clean.
Oh, wow. Okay, good for him.
I'm sure he's relapsed since the last update, but yeah. What does Steve do during the day? He works on the social team. T's on the social team. Steve is on the social team. Steve does Section 10 social. Tyler does BID social. Jay Hay does BID social. And Jeremy cuts the clips. Mikey's kind of doing a little bit of everything right now. Jose is producing. Coley's blogging. T's blogging. Me and Jay Hay are going to be blogging. Dallas calls big league ball games. Yeah, Stevie DoorDash on Family Feud would be crazy. I just watched the Dallas vs. Dave video, and Jared looks way different without his sleeves back in 2017. I didn't have sleeves. I didn't have a buzz cut. Or I did have a buzz cut. I was probably 20 pounds lighter. That was back when I was comfortable enough to wear shorts. Jose's slinging gift cards. Have you ever thought about doing live episodes of BID during the day? Yeah, we have considered it. It's something that might happen. Sometimes Dallas needs an edit button, but nothing crazy. Is there any update on you versus Steve in the baseball combine? So Jay Real, our business manager, threw out the idea of doing it in front of like 200 like baseball players at like a showcase. I was like, I am not performing any baseball tasks in front of people that play baseball. The days of my actual playing baseball are long behind me. And then when they were in front of me, they weren't very good. So
Yeah, I would not want to. I would certainly not want to do that either.
no. The only good thing is that oh, and then Rusi behind the scenes as well. Yeah, she's been taking over the TikTok. She's helping behind the scenes at the Patreon. But yeah, the good thing about the competition with Steve is that I know that I'm better than him. I can roll out of bed and be better than him. So will I beat him? Yes, but like I'll be a loser in the end because of it just won't like look good. Yeah. Maybe it will. I don't know. Maybe it will. What would a skills competition between me and Steve look like to you, Jay?
Like baseball specific or just like general
Mhm.
skills?
I don't have general skills, so just baseball.
I mean, you'd want some sort of hitting competition element to it. So whether
Mhm.
that's a home run derby or some sort of exit velocity tracker. I mean, you could do some kind of cool. Excuse me.
I think we get like someone to actually throw off the mound, and it's like, all right, you have 10 ABs, and like how many hits? Like he's not going to get a hit. Like I could get one hit and win that.
Well, so you could do a mix of things like that pit you against Steve or Steve against you. So like what you're talking about, where one of you guys is pitching to the other and you get 10 chances to hit off the other person.
I would never see a strike.
You could also do like independent stuff where you're tracking head to head against each other. So you could do like exit velocity, like who can come up. You get 10 pitches or you get 10 swings where you make contact, and it's like your highest exit velocity is the winner. You could do the same version with pitch velocity off the mound, like you guys both throw. You could do fielding drills, like you could have somebody hit you fielding drills, like you set up at shortstop, you set up at whatever, and you field and your fielding rate.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything I would lose at. I would obviously hit the ball harder than him.
Target throws.
If I pitched to him, he wouldn't get a hit. If he pitched to me, he wouldn't throw a strike. Ground balls in the infield, never my thing. I was an outfielder.
But you could do both. You could do ground balls in the infield, and you could do tracking fly balls in the outfield.
Yeah,
Those are
tracking
two
fly
more
balls in the
categories.
outfield would be easy. Like if it was like, all right, catch a fly ball in right field and then throw to third base on the fly, like he can't reach third base.
Yeah, I mean, so it sounds like he's going to have trouble in this based on your perception or perspective on it here.
Yeah. Who can throw the ball the furthest? Like I would win that. Like I would have to like handicap it and be like, all right, like I have to throw a baseball like twice as far as you to win. Like, have you seen him throw out the first pitch at like the Cape League games and stuff?
Yes. Well,
Like,
not every single time, but didn't you guys do it at Section 10 night?
yeah, we did it at Fenway. Like, if
Yeah,
you
I
just,
saw
like,
that one.
Yeah, if you look at him throw a baseball, it's like, all right, like he's never played baseball before. But he's confident, like he says he did, like he definitely, if he did, he wasn't good. So like I was bad on like good teams. Like I played like AAU baseball. Like I wasn't like just like little league and then fucking JV. Like I played varsity baseball. Like he didn't play varsity baseball.
I would I mean, we could also do like a team, almost like a tag team event where, we come up with whatever the categories are and like everybody's responsible for one event or two events or something like that. So, Coley's got to do this, Tyler's got to do that on the Section 10 side.
Mm.
Something to play around with. I guess it's a little bit more complicated now because there's so much more crossover. Like you're on both shows, Tyler's on both shows, but maybe there's something there.
Yeah, like if we got like a high school kid that throws low 80s, I'm probably the only person besides Dallas that could get a hit.
Interesting.
Yeah. The kid I got the hit off of a couple summers ago was throwing like low 90s, high 80s.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have called my swing Jeterian.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if I could get a knock off of him. But yeah, I mostly agree with your take. Be few and far between. Probably me and a couple other, like maybe one or two other people would get a hit.
And I quite literally rolled out of bed and did that. Like I didn't, like they took BP before the game. Like I didn't take BP. Like I maybe threw a donut on the bat to like loosen up my back, and then nice little knock. But if we were going to do like pitch velocity, I'm winning. If we're going to do like throw accuracy, like if we were in center field and you put a bucket at home plate, like I could probably get it in the bucket.
Oh man, I don't know. I think but what if we did like I'd probably win like nastiest changeup.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like just kind of most natural dive, most natural drop on the ball.
I know what I'm not winning.
What's that?
That is like a sprint speed competition. Like
well, you don't run. You don't run.
Yeah. Like home to first, I'm losing. First to third, I'm losing. Home to home, I'm losing.
Well, Dallas is probably winning all of those. Is anybody faster than Dallas in this group? I don't think so.
No.
He's much faster than everybody else.
Yeah. Like literally he can run backwards and be faster than all of us.
Yeah, at least, maybe all of us. At least certainly most of us.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that charity game that we played in was eye opening. Just like seeing the swings, it was eye opening.
Yeah, I mean the Nova. That's a good point. Like, I mean, what's really separating me from also having thrown a perfect game on Mother's Day is opportunity.
Right.
Nobody has ever. Yeah, I've never gotten to start a game on Mother's Day. So
right. Mm-hmm.
Tough to say what would have happened if I got a shot or two at that.
Right. Yeah. Sprint speed, I'm losing. Throw accuracy, I'm winning. Throw velocity, I'm winning. Hitting, I'm winning. Defense, I don't know. Like, because I don't field ground balls in the infields. Like, maybe he can pick it. I don't know.
Oh, man, I would pick it so hot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
We're down to our final out, buddy.
Final out. Yep. Jay Hayes.
The tying run is on second base, though.
Yeah, it is. For Pavin Smith.
Pav Dingus.
Big Pav. They call him Pavlov.
Wow. See if we'll get a response.
We should, someone ring a bell, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit. I am not sneaky fast, just to be clear. I am not sneaky fast. I think I'm in pretty good overall physical condition relative to most of the people who'd be participating in this stuff. I think I'd do pretty well in like an Olympics sort of situation, but I'm not fast is not one of them.
No.
Maybe relative to this group of people. I've never seen Jared run. I know some of what the other guys kind of look like, but Dallas is smoking all of us. Like I said,
you've never seen me run, and you know what? You probably never will.
Yeah, no, I know. I wouldn't even want to right now.
No.
We started with my take on Antarctica. Basically, I brought up Ernest Shackleton. That's my take on it. I really
Big
enjoyed
Ern?
reading about that. One of the great adventure books, maybe the greatest adventure book that I've ever read.
Mm.
I mean, if you have any follow-up questions on Antarctica, I'd be happy to answer them, but I don't.
Coley could have long strides. I feel like Coley lumbers. Jared doesn't even run for meteors. No chance now. I don't know that there's many situations that I'm running for. I think like the only situation that I'm like running is like if Ace like ran out the front door and like ran towards the street, like I would
Like-
run after him.
Or if like somebody put out some peanut butter, like Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah, but that's even like a light jog.
Come
You
on,
should
ring them
bring-
up, dude.
You should bring T with you to the combine. He knows all the prospects and draftees. Yeah, that's above my pay grade. I just do what I'm told when I'm there. I don't really have much stroke with the league. Nah. That'll do it.
Oh, really? You must be ahead of me. How's that possible?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yep. Bang.
Boom.
Wow. Another Just the Nuts in the books.
In the books. We did it. The whole slate.
Another one.
All right. BID tomorrow morning at 10, I'm hearing? Or no, that's Thursday.
That's Thursday, yeah.
Thursday. Okay, yeah. BID 10 Thursday. Tomorrow is 11 or noon?
Believe it's noon.
Noon. Okay. So we're doing clean 40 tomorrow at 10. BID at noon. And then I have unobstructed views at 6:45.
Busy day.
Yep. And then Thursday is BID and baseball hour and section 10.
Hello. Yeah, confirm on noon tomorrow. Yep.
Cool. Alrighty then.
Thanks. Nice to see everyone. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks everyone for watching. Appreciate you guys. We'll be back next week. Hopefully the McMahon and more baseball. Very exciting times. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Bye-bye.